There we go, I think. Hey, look. It actually has my right name on it. Woohoo! Okay. I'm assuming that's now live. Excuse me. Yep, there we go. All right. Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing? Is there anyone out there? I see 3 people. Just check in with me. Tell me if you can hear me, see me, if everything's good. Tonight's crit night, so we will be working on crits. I was working on a little elephant here real quick. That's what I want to keep. Take you, delete all. Take you, delete all. All right, there we go. Hello, hello, hello. Wonderful. So for everyone who wants to upload models, it should be on that page, right? Well, you can hit that little button right there, or it is, and you can hit that little button right there, but I will find the link as well. Yeah, super well. So crit night. So it is http ZBrush/TSW. Boop. I'm pretty sure that's it. Let's double check. Yep, that's it. Okay, so that's the one. Let's copy it. Boop. And that'll be on desktop. So, if you want to upload any models, that's the link. And let's give it a few more minutes just to let a couple people hop in, just to make sure. How was y'all's week? Anything exciting and new in the world? Other than no one will let us travel because we're... Uh-oh. Internal error on Facebook. Tarek, are you still there? Because this is saying, is that just on the link? Is there anyone from Facebook there? Oh yeah, down here it says 5 for 5. So I guess Facebook just can't take the links. Oh, that's interesting. Once again, learn something new every day. Okay. Yeah, just see that little X right there. I think that you can't post links in Facebook, it looks like. All right. I see YouTube's, Facebook's. There's nobody on Twitch yet. That's interesting. Oh, well, thank you very much. I was kind of hoping for it to be a little educational. Most people were showing their works and techniques, and I thought it'd be interesting just to see how... I get a lot of questions about how to design lines, and everybody thinks that, you do 10 pieces, and wow, now you've designed a line, and sadly, it's a lot more work than that. I wish it was that easy. I appreciate it. All right, so... Sarah, are you here? Sarah, are you here? Wow, look at that. We've already lost people. I guess I'm just not. People like to see what's going on. All right. Nadia, are you here? Nope. Okay. Well, let's look. Let's start with Nadia. I like the flower to the hair. It's looking pretty nice. I think you might want to put just a wee bit more of a under eye here. 0.5. Right. You may want to put just a wee bit more of a little bit of an under eye here, just so it doesn't look like it's just a round flap right where you're getting some of this meat in here, and that gives you that sort of information there. See, just a little bit more meat in there will kind of help that. Read. This is nice. I like the jowls and the chin. The teeth are a nice effect. You have this kind of going as hair, and I think this is nice, but I would also like to see something going on back here, just so this isn't a flat background, because you've established sort of the flower, and now how do you establish, why is my clay tubes brush acting weird here? It's still puffy, that's weird. Bizarro. Let's see if this is a 810. That's right. Oh, it doesn't have the alpha on it. There we go. Better. Hey, Sarah. It doesn't look like Nadia's here yet, so why don't we start with you, and since you're here, and then we can go back to Nadia. All right, look at you go. You got your lion. Okay. Now, a couple things. Let's look at what we got here. Right now, from like right here, it almost looks like a gorilla. I know that you've... and I also don't think you need 33 million polys in this yet. I think that might be too high. So let's lower it down to our 8 million should be fine. Hello, hello, hello. Okay. So first of all, I still don't think you needed 33 million to retain this detail. The other thing is, I think that the face is a little squat, and it makes it look a little bit more like a gorilla at 3/4. Kind of have that. I think you could probably have, because you see what I mean, the face is drowned out by your mane. So I think I'm just going to experiment here for a second. Let us do, and we don't need a whole lot here. Just that, and then if you take, pull it down, and then bring this back up, I think you're getting more out of the lion's face, right? And then it becomes a little less prominent. The other thing you're doing here is, once again, I think you want to think about the mane in layers, because right now it's just all one layer, so you're not getting that matted feeling, or those layer mattings, you know. Here, let me. See, I think you have a ton of resolution here. I don't think you need to go up. For what you have here, I don't think you need to go up to 33 million. Let's get our ears in. Is symmetry on? Right, think about what's actually going on here. You got your ear. That's okay. I'm just going to throw symmetry on just to make it quicker, if you know what I mean. So I get your little ear tufts there, and that's fine. But what I think you've got going here is more like seaweed or leaves or a flower. Hair really has matting in it. You get different distinct layers of hair. And once again, I'm not sculpting. I just want you to kind of understand what I mean by the matting. Right, so you have your first layer of hair. Right. And then you sort of have a second layer. Right, and then probably a third, and that'll cover your mats. Because what that does is it allows you to get separation, so it doesn't. What are the white flowers that are just like, they look like puffy balls? That's kind of what you had going on here. Also, lions' chins aren't quite that robust, so I think if you look at the silhouette of knocking that back and in a little, right, you're not, that's another reason why it kind of looked a little bit more like a gorilla from 3/4 was because it had a chin. Right, this isn't big hair, this is thin hair in here. And, you know, you can get that kind of matting thing going down where that's on top. And that's going to give you a little bit more of that lion look, right? Hold on. Let's go to the interwebs. Lion. Yeah, here. Yeah, these are good. Because you see what I mean? It's not just... See, like, this is almost to... It has that separation, but you can see that yours was all at the same level, so it almost looks like a flower instead of the mats of hair. This sculpture is a fantastic sculpture, but you can very clearly see how it breaks it up in mats. Give me the side of this bad boy. I mean, here's another, right? You have the face, you have this hair, then the next hair and the next hair. So you're getting it in layers, and that separates it and keeps it looking from blah, 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 you know, just that like puffy flower thing. Even here you can see hair around the face, and then there's a distinct different layer, and then another distinct different layer. Here you can see the matte layers. And I think that it's really important that you get that in because it really is what distinguishes, you know, the cat. Also, get this stuff. This silhouette's very important, where it's coming off of the face, not even with the face, right? You want that travel to the back. I mean, you have so much room here to work with. Don't get everything flat and up to the top, right? So let's redefine our mats again. ear puff, your ear, the crown. And you can see by changing this curve, right, to scooping away from the head, as opposed to it being a ball around the head, you really start to define that, you know, that cat head shape. And I think that's something you were missing there. Okay, and I'm doing symmetry, sorry. Because that's okay now that we added a little depth back into that. Got rid of the monkey chin. Right. That makes sense? Whoa, holy Hannah, there's a lot of writing going on. Hey, Mikeys. Right now I only have 2 models, so order is very easy. Let's see, did anyone else upload? So it'll be Nadia, then Sergio. So we only have 3 in line right now. Oops, let's go back to our line. Boop. Nope, our line. Boop. So be careful, even if you're working on a ring, try to make sure that your silhouettes are right. Because, you know, at the end of the day, a lion's mane isn't coming in and round. It's hitting and scooping out. And that scoop away from the face is really a big part of the lion's silhouette. Right. Let's get a little more aggressive. Because you do have to remember it's a cat, right? So you kind of get your cat head in there, and then you going behind the ear. And once again, don't pay attention to this as far as this is symmetrical. I just want to get things sort of filled in quicker for you. Ear tufts, and then your mane. Right. And then your second tier and your third tier. Does that make sense? Now let's go all the way back to the beginning here real quick. Uh-oh. Oh, oh, everybody, yeah. Hello, hello, hello everyone. While this is thinking, let's just go in here. That's what we're going to go back to. How do we do the hair? Carlos, you can't really use ZBrush effectively with a mouse. You really want a tablet of some sort. ZBrush is really dependent on pressure sensitivity. Why is this choking out so bad? Oh well. You really want tablet, because let's just go here real quick. If I'm normally, I don't work with the intensity this strong. Let's go back here. Right, so with the tablet, I can come in here very softly and then apply it hard, right? I can, it's really the pressure sensitivity of my brush that gives me my capacity to really define what I'm trying to get across in ZBrush. So I would say you really need a tablet of some sort or another. Okay, this is not symmetrical. Come on. So yeah, you want a tablet. Yeah, we're gonna do hair. Just one sec. Okay, mic's restarting. Yeah, 33 mils too heavy. You don't need that much here. Right, this is 8 million, and look, I still have plenty of brush detail, right? I mean, that's very soft. So you can, okay, let me turn off symmetry because that's just causing more grief than I need. Right. I mean, you're losing, let's just look at our edge fidelity here, right? That's 33 million. And that's 8 million. And you can see there's a little bit of edge fidelity issue there, you know, between, come on, you can do it. Between that and that. But in all reality, I probably wouldn't work this ring at 33 million. I think you're fine at 8. And then if you really need to come back in and get some of that edge fidelity, I would do it at the end with the history reprojection, you know, with the, that thing right there. Sculptress Pro, that's the one. Well, I mean, your hair is not symmetrical. You don't, it doesn't have to be symmetrical. It's just I was trying to move it along, and so we went to symmetry. Also, don't cheese out on the ears. Don't just make this half round thing. All right, let's knock some of this back real quick. See, like that has a weird origin, right? That's going up and around. So kind of think about how your hair is coming, you know, how are these mats showing up? I'm just going to knock some of these flat real quick. I have a Wacom Cintiq. Yeah, that one right there. So when you start thinking about your hair, so let's get this edge in here. The thing you want to remember is just kind of get your rhythm first, right? Now it's coming off a face, so we want to make sure that it's, you know, coming off the face, so it's not just a plaster mask that's sort of slagged on there, right? You know, so once again, think about how it's growing, right? You have a couple of these that are just like flopping down. It's not just that one hair that's flopping down. If it's flopping, it's the whole mat, right? So you want to think of these firstly as in, you know, kind of mats. What are they doing? Okay, well, they're going to probably do something like, right, that's sort of the silhouette you're looking for to begin with. And so instead of having it be individual strands of hair, these become plaits. Plaits of hair, not mats of hair. Right? And then you'll get your big, get the big shapes in first. And you can see how you're already starting to define your form, right? And then this also allows you to come in with a big move brush and kind of define the silhouette that you're looking for. Right, so don't get so tied up in these little floppy, flimsy little things. These are powerful forms. Let's go back to this guy, right? Where are you? Let's, hold on. No, damn it. Where is it? Tools, size, large. But do you see what I mean? You get the little fringes around the air because this isn't long hair, right? And then these become these large mats or plaits. And you can see here, once they got the base form in, you just put your hairlines in there. Where'd you go? This is actually a beautiful sculpture. One of my faves in Venice. Where'd it go? It was like right there. Don't know where it went. But once again, you can see the big form, right? And then the second mat, and then the third, right? Around the face, around the head, around the shoulders. And it usually comes out to this sort of 3 plait pattern. Like you can see here, like these were sculpted by people who basically never saw lions, right? I mean, you know, this looks a little bit more like a fro than how the hair functions. So, you know, get your, oops. Right. And then your next row. Come in, get sort of the rhythm of the hair you want. once you kind of get your rhythm right, you can come back in and define these more clearly. Right. And then that's where your SK twist brush can really come in handy. Boop, boop. Smaller, a little stronger. And see, the nice thing about the SK twist brush is as you go, you can define your form, right? So come in, get your separation kind of where you want it. Make sure to do, whoa. Make sure to do it in order so the things that are behind, right? And really a lot of your definition just happens out here, right, where you're getting that transition. Oops, wrong direction. Right, just get your flow going and then you come back in and define what is on top of what. And just remember where, you know, you got to think that the mats are starting somewhere as opposed to, you know, it was really bad on that side. You just had one that kind of went like that in the middle. Remember that, you know, it's sort of growing in plats. So these are all inserting at the same place, right? And so you want them to look a little bit more like, right, if we just kind of fill some of these in up here. You see what I mean? And then your stringiness is coming from the back, not all over them, right? So you're defining sort of this as a layer. This is coming on top of that layer. Does that make sense? Exactly. It becomes, it separates at the edges. You're so funny. I used to draw a lot. I used to be an okay draftsman, but I really don't sketch much anymore. I pretty much do everything here in ZBrush. So Dante, can you upload your model so I can see where you're having issues and we can talk about what you got going? Oops. I mean, you know, I used to do a lot of masks and no masks and lots of things that fit. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by your inflation issues. So if you have one of your base models, we can go over it and look at it. can't touch that without everything freaking out. Okay, so yeah, I think just thinking about it in this concept where it's step back, you know, your next step back. And just kind of think about what it's doing, you know. Because, you know, your hair is not going to grow up, right? It's going to come down off the shoulders. So just remember the directionality of the sculpt is important. And I mean, I'm obviously making this simple, but right. What are those white flowers called? That just look like the big pom-poms. They're very soft. Yeah, always look at reference. Reference helps, you know. There's some pretty magnificent sculptors in the world, so look at how some of them resolve solutions, or, you know, the solutions they're doing to resolve the issues that they have. But you can see this, I mean, this already looks like a lion. I think your eyes and your brows a little too close also. I think this kind of needs to come back some. Oops, this eye setup just looks a little too monkey. Yeah, see they're at a slightly different orientation with, right, so in all reality, your eyes are sort of facing the wrong direction here. Oops. Smooth stronger, so my smooth isn't working so good. Right, your eyeball is actually kind of facing a little bit more. Right, see how your eye's facing here as opposed to here, where you sort of set it up like a monkey face. Right, see this is, ooh. This silhouette is really pretty human. I mean, you got your nose out here, but your eyes are coming out of the skull this way, where, you know, your head's actually should be more in that context where, and I know this changes because it's a ring, but you know, really your brow on the cat is much right where the, does that make sense? And that gives it that cheek area that you're kind of missing there. And this is also why you want, especially when you're doing lions and some of the big cat stuff, you want much more room in the face of the animal as opposed to the mane. Does that make sense? Right. See how that's kind of looking up and out. Yep. No, it's weird. Eyes are weird. I mean, in sculpture, there are just a handful of tricks that people use. I tend to like this one because it's simple. You get your, your pupil and your sort of highlight, so it gives directionality in the eye, right? You can define where the eye's looking by where you put the scoop. So if we, if you get the eye and you put the scoop over here, and then, you can put it in here, and that gives you a little bit more directionality, dictates where your eyes are pointing. And I find it's a simple way of doing it. Right. Right on. But yeah, this, I still can't think of what the little flowers are. They're white and they have really long petals that are really soft, and they kind of wind up looking like that. I think you were just trying to do, here, I'm going to put each strain in, but you weren't thinking about where it's actually sitting, starting, or growing. And especially for lions, there's just a visual vocabulary that defines that now. And not saying that you can't break, traditional concepts, but, they read. So you got to remember kind of what's happening. Hey, the naked koala looked great. I approve of the naked koala. All right. Do you have any other questions, Sarah? If anybody wants to upload models for critique, the link is right there. All right. No, I think you got it. I just think that you kind of were, let's hop back here just one more time. Your face was very shallow, so you lose. So that's what changed the directionality of the snout. Brought it up and in, which changed the directionality of your eyeballs coming out. And I also think it just allowed you to when you lost the depth, I think you lost the layers that are defining the step through of it. What do we do? Yeah, exactly. You got the ring shape in, and then you just kind of plop the lion on, as opposed to thinking of what or how the shape of the lion head is defined. Because, you can see here. Where's my little, there it is. you know, you can see that you get right. First layer, second layer. Where here you just kind of got, you know, you were thinking about the ring, not the things that are making it look like a lion. Cool. Great. I forgot that this 33 million poly model, so. Boy, this machine's laggy. You see what I mean? You completely lost the face of, I mean, look at how little depth the face is. You can see what I mean by it's more of a gorilla's profile than a lion's. And it's just, yeah, right. Yeah, oops, I touched it. Oh well. All right, Nadia. Boop. No problem at all. So Nadia, what do we have here? So I kind of started this a little bit earlier. I like where you're going with it. The character is actually very nice and bold. I just added a little meat right here under the eye, just so it doesn't look like, you know, like just like a little sack. You want just a wee bit of return down here. Right. Because it wouldn't just be super flat there. You know, it's very emotional. I do think you need to figure out, because, you know, this is sort of presenting as hair. But I think that having this be the same texture as this can be a little convoluted, and it's going to keep the face from popping. So in some format or another, and I'm not just saying that this is it, but in some format or another, get this texture, whatever it may be, to be different than the face. And what that's going to prevent this from looking like is, you know, that she's bald and these little flowers are coming over it. If she is bald and the flowers coming over and presenting as hair, then get the shape of the head right up there. But I think doing something in here, and like I said, I don't think that's it, but I think that getting this in some format or another to be different than the texture of the hair, that'll give you a good separation between the head and these effects. You got these pretty good. Just make sure that tucks up in there so it doesn't look like it's blending in there. There's another. I'm gonna avoid those little reflection lumps. And what I mean by that is as the surface is coming up here. See how that kind of scoops and does that? You want to kind of make sure that this is that this surface is actually going in clean. Otherwise, it looks like it's kind of covering up to the surface, and you lose your good definition. It gives you a kind of brighter reflection up under something. Where if you take planar, and just you can kind of see how much you have there of that. Right, you don't want it to look like the head is coming up to that flower. You want it to be, you know, this, you want this curve to be consistent under this. So just watch out for that sort of, like there's a return hump you had kind of going on there where you get this weird reflection thing going on. So do I have a file name? All right. So, yeah, I think figure something out in this blank space just so it doesn't read as, you know, so it's separating from this texture, from the texture of the face, and the texture of this space in here needs to be different. And you know, it could be anything. Just make sure it's something. You know, even just even if it's just a texture that's kind of going along with that floral. Right. Because the sculpt's great. Like I said, the only thing I see that I'd change about the sculpt is just getting a little meat in there so it doesn't just read flat. Not cap locks, shift. There we go. Right. Looks great though. It's a lot of fun. Is that for printing? Is that why you did that? I tend to put, I call these striking plates. I don't know if you did that for printing, but if you didn't, I like having strong forms on the bottom of a ring, but if it's intentional, push the intentionality of it so it becomes something that is a thing, not just this amorphous form. You know, that can help you define what that texture is underneath the flower hair thing. Right. And it can still be lumpy and amorphous. It doesn't have to be machined, but just make it look intentional and not just, oh, well, I put something down here. Have it interact with the piece somehow. Righto, righto. And just make sure when you're doing things like this that are continuing down, make sure these points actually make the point a little thicker than you think. I swear I'm gonna buy a full-size keyboard this week. Yeah, crap. Backface masking is an important feature in all these. So when you have things that are coming down and becoming pointed, make sure that it sort of has the point pointing away from the body. So the points have a little bit of a belly on them. And that'll make the wearability much nicer. Right, because it doesn't, so it doesn't stab. And that way you can also, I mean, you can come up and make this as kind of visually sharp as you want it. And I know this wasn't super sharp, but I'm just going to demo it as if it were. You know, you can have something that has a point. And I'm going to even pinch that to make it sharper looking. You know, let's say you wanted it to appear to be very sharp. You can do that, but still just make sure that it doesn't actually have a point, but that you're filling it in from behind. That you're filling it in from behind so it doesn't become something that points and stabs. It becomes a fairly soft surface against the body. But it can look sharp from the outside, right? You just define some ridges so you get that visual sharpness, right? And I know that might not be exactly what you were doing, but I just wanted to point that out. Yeah, that was an abysmal choice, by the way. Don't make it those spots. But do something. Just anything to separate it from the face. All in all, though, it's great. Honestly, it's a really nice active pose. It's very compelling. I think it's a good piece. I like it. All right. No, it's not uncomfortable as long as it has a good belly on it. You know, as long as you have this right here where it's touching the body isn't sharp, right? You can pull all that up away from the body and it's perfectly fine. Yeah. All right. If you do show up, Nadia, and have questions, we'll come back to it. I'll be happy to answer any questions when you come in. All right. So next we had our little... Oh my God, it reminds me of my mom. Holy Hannah, you have a lot of little tools going on here, don't you? I don't know. So first of all, let's get rid of our paint. Cool. The character's fun. These are good wrinkles. You know, your wrinkling is logical. The hair is nice and tight. The smoke cloud, I would just say that you probably want the smoke cloud to be like behind the character, as opposed to sitting out in front of the character, because this all of a sudden becomes what the piece is about as opposed to this, because you've done some nice stuff here. You know, just being persnickety, I'd say that you probably want to make sure that these blend in just that touch, so it's not just a brush stroke, right? I'm being really persnickety about things like that, but that's a big deal. So you don't see the brush start, you know, so it's not just a line, but where you have a subtlety in your start. When you're doing these, you might want to use a brush with gravity, right? Hold on, let me. No, not minimum connected. Gravity strength. Let's kick it up just to show you a little more. Right, because if you use gravity, you can get your wrinkles to have some weight to them, right? So you may want to consider futzing around with your gravity just so it has a little bit more depth to the stroke. But do you see what I mean, where the brush doesn't end? Just kind of have it fade out a touch. But you can see how this doesn't have gravity, that does. I like gravity, and I mean, that's my aesthetic. I appreciate gravity in wrinkles. The character's fun though. Yeah, it's lovely. I mean, the sculpt itself is very nice. It's good definition. The characterization's nice. Yeah, I think the problem, or just get it behind her somehow, as opposed to it just being straight in front. You know, because it's throwing shadows and stuff on her. No, that's not what I want to do. Does that make sense? Because if it's in front, it becomes about that smoke. Where if you get it behind her or something, I think that you'll be happier with it. Like get it maybe farther away, like sticking out of the corner of her mouth so it's back and away from her face. That's the only thing that's really bothering me about that. The caricature's nice. The pose is nice. Well, I mean, your stuff is nice. You might want to break up the symmetry of the arms just a touch. Get them symmetrical and then just move one of them around a little. Just so they're not exactly the same. No. I think it looks good. You may want to do, you may want to have one in your A pose and then have one that's posed, just to have something that's a little bit more of a character exploration, right? I always find that, the world can do a whole thing in A poses, But if you get your model in there and you show that you can see character, pose it and give it attitude and, have it behind the bar actually doing, have it in environment or at least in action of environment. So everything's not symmetrical. So it has a wry look on its face. I think that having the A pose and then one that's posed in character with a non-symmetrical expression shows that you can portray character, if that makes sense. Thank you. Yeah, just, get in there and get that smoke, up and swirling or something, as opposed to just out here where it's casting this big shadow on the face. And yeah, all in all, though, the character work's really nice. I like it. Very good. Yeah, break some of the symmetry up and then do one of her posed. I think you'll be happier with that, especially in a portfolio, because it'll show that you can do something that's not just on an A pose, Yeah, gravity rocks. I mean, and it works on everything. It's really a cool feature. Come on. Let me turn it really high up. What's cool about it, like, see, I'm turning sideways. So now the gravity will be pointing at this direction. You can have it point out towards you some. And you see what I mean? How it just has so much, it has gravity. You're getting that slope and weight as opposed to it just being straight and on. And it's nice because it gives, it gives things a little bit more. And if you hold down the Alt, it goes in the other direction, right? So you can kind of get that whole, that kind of thing going down. It is under your brush UI. Depth. So that's where you set the depth of the brush. This is the gravity. Right? So just under brush, under depth. Are you saying mine's an abnormal? And you can set the gravity, I think gravity's really underutilized. I like it. Obviously, not there. Okay. Yeah. Okie dokie. Oh, we have to go to here. Oh, good. We have some. Let me. Oh, I have that right there. So we did Sarah, Nadia, Sergio, viewed. Okay. I remember this guy. And then we need to import you. All right. So let's look at the images real quick. What are you printing? Is this a filament printer? All right, let's see what we got here. Well, first thing you want to do is smooth out the inside. So, as far as wearability goes, back face masking. Mask it off. I can only imagine these little ridges cannot be comfortable. Turn symmetry on. So when you were doing these alphas, right, make sure you have back face masking on and you won't get like this stuff on the inside. Anything on the inside is going to be sharp. So once you get your part, come back in, you can mask it and you can smooth this stuff off. Just right. So just that alone right there is going to make this much more comfortable to wear. Whoa, what brush was that? The other thing that's going to help something like this is some sort of fabric interior. You may want to put a little bit of thin foam like here on the cheek area because the weight of it's going to be here. So padding that will help. Yeah. But just getting rid of those edges is going to help 100,000 billion% because you don't want the sharp little prongy things. Is there a reason you're working at such low res? Because I mean, I think you can define a lot of this stuff nicer if you have a little bit more resolution in here, right? You know, you're probably going to want soften the edges around those just so they don't cut or pinch whatever you're bracing to it, right? If you had a little bit more resolution here, you could keep some of this a little crisper. Right. Especially when you're trying to use alphas like these, I think that having a little bit more resolution is going to treat you a little better. Right. Because with the FDM, you're going to be losing a lot of surface definition anyway, or a lot of your XY detail is going to go away. So having these being crisper details before you go into the FDM, I think you're going to be happier with that model. Yeah, these look a little bit more gummy. That's okay. We're Montoya. We're looking at people's models they're uploading, and we're doing critiques on them. So if you have a model you'd like to look at, bring it on, upload it, and we can take a look at it. Yeah, I think that just giving these a slightly gummier interface, it gives, just so they're not just teeth floating in space. Damn it. Sorry. Yeah, I think just working slightly higher resolution and smooth the living hajibas out of the interior. This, like that little spike right there is just like a chin spike, you know what I mean? So if you can knock that stuff out and away. There we go. I think that'll help. And like I said, if you pad this little area in here, where it's riding on that cheek, you know, that's what it's using to hold up. You mean this stuff here? Yeah, hold on, let's see. I think that come on, accept. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I think you can, like I said, if you smooth it, what that's going to do is going to relax some of this on the back. And that'll give you a little bit, it'll relax some of that airspace between that you're getting all those artifacts in. Ugh, my allergies are horrifying. Oops. Didn't mask the front side. Hey, Said. Tonight's crit night. So what we're doing is you're uploading models, and then I'm looking at them. We're kind of going over them. If you're having any issues with any models, upload them, and we'll go over them. So this is where the community kind of uploads their models, and we go over them, either design, fit, technical, functions, whatever you'd like to talk about. Thank you, Said. Sorry, I smoothed everything out on the front. But if you're masking this side, right, it allows you to really go back in and do with, because you can see this is obviously probably a little thin. If you have back face masking on and you go through it, well, here, let's just see. Right, that got a little thin. But you can see that, let's go all the way back to the front. And let's look at how thin you got on some of this stuff. I think just your initial smoothing is going to really give you a little bit of relaxing on that inside. So those places that become really tight where you're starting to get some of those artifacts because it's kind of going through, I think you'll lose some of that if you mask and then smooth. Did I not? Let's go all the way back here. Come on, you can do it. Whoa. What happened? Let's try. Oh. I see what happened. There we go. So if you come in, mask, you can see here, these are all probably pretty thin spots. You can check your thickness by just taking that. You can see that you get some spots that are pretty thin there. So if we take this, come back, turn symmetry on. you saw how close those elements were. Let me get back in here. Mask off. All right. And just by smoothing and relaxing this interior mesh, you are relaxing your interior mesh, so it's not just something that is going to be very uncomfortable. All those little sharp edges, dings and bings are going to be an issue. So now we come back in, mask it off a little better. And now let's smooth that out. And now you can see by just smoothing, we've actually given ourselves a little bit more room in some of these places that were really right on top of one another. Now, as far as artifacts, one sec, undo. Okay. Everybody's masked off. So, as far as some of those artifacts, you can remesh or you can come in and you can use Sculptress Pro, and you can see how that blows those holes into it. Don't worry about it. Don't let them get too big. You're Sculptress Proing those artifacts away. You're smoothing the interior, and then you can just push close holes. Boop. Run over them again. Right now you have a nice interior surface. Oh crap, I didn't. Somewhere along the line I have masked it again. There we go. Close holes. Is that what did it? That's what did it. Come back in. Remask. Now that the holes are closed, make your brush a little larger. Hold down Shift with your, did I just crash it? Boom. You can do it. Come on. When was the last time a quick save? Not that long ago. Okay, so load tool. Dropbox, files, Pixologic. We need Chris's. We go here, import. All right. Well, I'm glad that we can give you inspiration, my friend. So I just drag and drop the file? Yeah. Or, exactly, you just drag and drop. Well, I understand the concept of using the low res, but here I'm going to give you a little bit more res, right? We're at 2.6 million here. Delete lower. Now I need to reset all my brushes. Clay tubes. All right. And so you can mask off the front, right? Let's try this again. Turning on symmetry can help. All right. Let's turn on back face masking. Now the only place you should be having issues is those few places that are thin. So we're going to come in here, get those, get that. All right. And so as long as you delete your subdivision levels, you can come back in, hold down Shift, hit Sculptures Pro. Make your brush bigger. Hold on, 0.5. And now this way, let's make this a little smaller. Shift. There we go. And it's going to blow out your artifacts, right? But that's okay, because it's a simple fix, right? Close your hole. That. So I was using too big a Sculptures Pro brush. Pain in the butt. I've never had more trouble. See, when you try to make things easy and fast, I always just try to blow through things and they never work. All right, let's try this one more time. Shit. It does not like that. I do not have answers why it does not like that. Well, we will see if it is there. I'm not seeing, is it still uploading? Boop. Oh. There we go. Had no problems with the 33 million poly model. But of course, this one we start to have problems with. All right, so has what I said made sense so far, other than me just crashing on your model? Oh no, this is not. Can you export it or save it as an STL or an OBJ? We can look at it. We can still look at the model. But no, it's not Blender. All right. Back face masking. Yeah, of course you can send in models. That's the whole point. No, please send your model in. The link, do you see the link right there? The ZBrush TSW. Send it in. We will definitely take a look at it. All right. Yeah, see, you got bleed through right there already. That's all the backs of those teeth. Close enough to spit on. All right. There we go. I know. It's okay. I'm just trying to get it to work. I apologize it's taken so long. And really all of that is just to show you that you can get, this smoothed out. That's relaxing the mesh away from your artifacts, right? It's giving you a nice smooth surface to work on. And those artifacts, right, are super easy to deal with once you get in, right? Because you can see I didn't, by making that a different poly group, we've kept that effect from going on to it. when I have holes that go all the way through, we know they go all the way through, I tend to inflate them and then re-Dynamesh. So you can either re-Dynamesh or you can Sculptris Pro those together. Those are probably fine to Sculptris Pro. Yeah. And these might go, no, these are the ones that blow up. Yeah. Blow them out, close holes. Now, if you're going to printing, if you might run into issues where this won't print all of a sudden because you've closed those holes. Anytime you're doing this and you have that sort of Sculptris Pro thing going on and you're trying to fill holes and the such, make a new folder. Excuse me, split the parts. And see, these are things that are just floating in there. These will prevent this from being a solid model. So if you have a model that you're trying to send to the printer and it's saying that it's not solid, it's not watertight, it's not solid, you can have these little floating artifacts into it. And so once you do that, just bring it, drag it out of the folder, right? And then you can delete your whole folder, delete all. Check mesh integrity, fix mesh, close holes. And there you go. It's watertight. And this is very tiny. This isn't even a millimeter. Sculpt in real scale. It'll help you in the end. All right. All right. Okay. Did that help at all? Sorry, that got convoluted and horrifying and yeah. Sorry. I love it when it just everything comes off the rails. It's just like and then I forget what the question was. All right. Awesome. Check the folder. Drag this over here. Alex, could you export that as an STL or an OBJ? So you uploaded oh, those are pictures. Okay. I like the laying a lot better. Nice. Okay. We already have you up. I need to import. Import. If you crash again, I'm going to lose it. Is my little import window still open? Yes. Import. Bruno. Okay. Okay, boop. Turn your paint off, boop. Yeah, without a doubt. Looks great. Yeah, those are definitely going over and under. Looking good. No, yeah. I think I think you killed it on this one. But don't you agree that, you know, by getting these to be actual layers that are going behind one another, it reads much better, I think. Where'd it go? We just had these open. Why are they giving me a problem? Okay, there we go. I think he looks great. No, Chris, I think you killed it. It looks good. And the paint looks good. I think it looks great. This big fingerprint on my lens. Alrighty. No, I think you killed it. Looks good. If you have any questions, yell. But I think you got to it. All right. What we got, Bruno? Well, you're lumpy because I think you're just a little lumpy. Let's look at a Brachiosaurus and see what we got. Let's look at a big image. You're not going to just let me open the big image. I see how they are. Thanks, Amazon. Okay. So yeah. So I think that one of the things you want to do is he's standing straight. You know, in cases like this, using reference isn't bad, right? So the nice thing about using reference at points like this is that you have something to, you know, weigh against or judge whether it's correct and the proportions are correct. So let's go here. Let's save image. Pictures. So you can come in, go to the draw palette. Let's do left. Yeah, let's do left, right. Oh, got to turn on our floor. Sliders to subtool. It's still pretty small, so we'll do draw. What is that, 13? So let's do 8. 8, enter. 8, enter. Doesn't make any sense at all. Okay, whatever. And then let's bring up our floor. No, no perspective. Where's my floor? There it is. I want X as well. Turn off perspective. How's that saying that's 16? I don't even understand that. Okay, we're gonna do this. There we go. Why is my floor in the middle of this thing? Alright, that is just super weird. Alright. So if we come into draw, we select left, right, get map 1. And where is Brachiosaurus? Okay. Go up here to draw, get your scales sorted out. All right, so that's roughly our scale. Let's change. And then let us go. No, not elevation. I want fill mode. So we can see it a little better. Good night. Have a good one, Sarah. So, Bruno, I think that in a case like this where you're trying to define your shapes a little bit more, it becomes very easy if you do it with reference images actually on your sculpting planes, right? And because you can start to get the scale of your part. Now, you don't, like, you can still keep it in a straight pose, but this is going to give you a little bit more of an idea of how to quickly whip into your, are you symmetrical this way? You are. Okay, so let us make our symmetry X, right? Okay. Just take move, get it to be a slightly bigger brush. Let's turn this to 1. So we can get a bigger moving brush. And you can see that your neck is all the same. Turn off Sculptress Pro. And let's just smooth this out just a touch. Okay. And now, here you can quickly just use move, kind of get stuff to where you want it, because you're using a mesh at this point. So how I would do this in my block up under normal circumstances is I would block this up in ZModeler. And that's going to allow me to get my proportions a little bit more correct, right? Go inflate. And, you know, you quickly get sort of where you're, where you're heading to, right? Now, you know, that gets you a little closer to your proper proportions, right? I, on the other hand, append a star, take our star, and I'm going to turn it into a cube. Let's hide that for a second. Let's come in here. Let's make sure this is 1 cube, which it is not. So take everybody to 1. And I would block this up in ZModeler. And so I'm just going to kind of get this to be roughly the right size. Spin it to touch, get into ZModeler. Make sure move points is on infinite XYZ. And I'm going to try to keep these as sort of the same proportion, so our breakup is even. And I'm going to just get these down here, so we'll bring it past, drag it up. Bring it past, drag it up. Now you'll notice that right, this is much thicker than that, so I'm going to take this and I'm just going to kind of run this halfway through, and we'll just make it in line with that shoulder, right? Because I'm trying to keep my geometry broken up pretty evenly. I'm just going to tap these out. Right? And just drag it in, drag it in, drag it in. And give it a little more length because I imagine that that's foreshortened. And as you notice, not worrying too much about thickness, right? Just trying to get my silhouettes in the right place. Right, and where's that? That hip goes all the way up, so we want to kind of keep that in the same shape as that leg, right? And next we're just going to come down here, pull these down. And right now you got to think I'm dealing with the belly, not the legs, right? So we're just going to make sure that we get our torso silhouette kind of correct. Right? And so now we know that this is wider, and that's probably the shoulder there. Oops. Bring that out just a touch, and that gives you the beginning of your leg block out. That's the other leg, isn't it? Make sure you get the right silhouette. Right, so now you kind of have your silhouette here. Right? And so now you have a basic silhouette. So you can come in here, and obviously, if you're using reference, right, you're going to just come in and take that. I'm going to grab Move Elastic. You know, we probably have a silhouette, something like that. Then going to kind of bring these guys out. Take Move Elastic off. Mask your internal points. Drag your leg thickness out. Mask your inside, drag your leg thickness. Drag your leg thickness out. Drag your leg thickness in. And now about there probably. Mirror and weld. All right, so obviously my center line. Where's my center line? There it is. Okay, that looks okay. Mirror and weld. And now you have your rough, and now just divide it. Grab move and just kind of push a shape in. You know, if you have your silhouettes, it'll help. It gets thinner that way, thicker this way. Whoa, that was not shift, by the way. Get your base silhouette. Move it into place. Right, and now divide it up into that 1 to 5 million poly range. And now turn floor off. And now you can come in and sculpt, right? And it's, whoa, neither of those are clay tubes. And, you know, use whatever reference material you're using. And at least now your model's in rough scale, or at least rough proportions, right? Because you just got a little out of proportion. Let's go back to where you started. Come on. Turn transparency on. What the hell? Oh. But you can see how your silhouette got a little off, right? Yeah, of course. Let me do this. Dropbox. Files. Oh, we have a lot more. I'm like, well, where are you? Bruno. All right, so let me take this. I'm sorry, I wasn't. Never mind. You got it. So I need to take this. Do you want a ZBrush file? Do you want it as a ZTL or do you want it as an OBJ? I almost do everything as a Z modeler block up because it gives me a lot more control over my geometry. Bruno, what format do you want me to save this for you as? Cool. All right, save as. It has your name, so let's go to Dropbox, file requests, ZTool. Boop. Really? Come on. All right. New blockout. Save. And then, come on. Boop. Refresh. Bruno. Not yet. Is it uploading? Where did I save it? Jeez. Save as. Dropbox. Dropbox. File request. New blockout. It says it's up there. Bruno. I don't know why it's there. Okay, upload file. No, let me just do this. trying to make it work here. All right. So now let's go here. Let us refresh. Am I an idiot? Oh, here it is. Because it's under my name, not yours. All right, so we're going to select that. We're going to go share. Create a link. Copy link. Boop. There you go. That should work, right? Of course, no problem at all. All right, so now we have other stuff in here. So let's go to here. Okay, you did upload it as an OBJ and an STL. Montoya, are you Alex, or are we not seeing you? Okay. I'm a ding dong. Okay, here we go. It's so sad. Is there a difference between the two? So they're the same file. Okay. Wow, what do we got going on here? So let me see if you're explaining this. The one I sent you was my second model. I was wondering how to sculpt it to make it better. So this is your model. They're great. So when you say you want to sculpt them and make them better, you're saying you want to make them more realistic? I mean, is this a stylization choice? Or give me a little explanation about what's going on here. This is not your model? What's my lag? One sec. Nope, that's not what I'm looking for. Okay. One sec. Let me. So actually the lag's not that bad. Okay. You want it to be low poly. So do me a favor. All right. Give me an idea of what you mean by you want it to be, how do you sculpt it better? Give me a kind of a concept of what you're shooting for. If you have a reference image of kind of what you're shooting for, tell me that. Let me type this real quick. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick and kind of give me a rough idea of what you're trying to accomplish here. Like what are you trying to quote unquote sculpt better? Because this is very blocky and basic, and you're saying you want it blocky and basic. So give me an idea of what you want the final product to be. And I mean, I'm happy to help you. I just, I'm not exactly, are they supposed to be sort of Minecrafty things, or do you want them to be more anatomical? Give me a little bit of an idea of what you're trying to shoot for this, and then let me run to the restroom. I'll be right back. Oh yeah. Alrighty. I drink a lot of water. It comes. Normally I have like sort of the Zen state where I don't move around a lot, and then I don't notice I drink a lot of water. But the second you move a little, you're doomed. Alright, so let's get rid of this. Alright, Toon Link. I want to make the torso more realistic and make the head more. Okay, so let's take our little guy here. Ooh, what did I just do to that guy? Alright. So these are all on one thing. So let's do this auto group. Let's take you. How did I get you? Is there something? Okay, we'll just one more time. There we go. Boop. There we go. Split hidden. So now we just have our little groover here. All right. Boop. Now we can auto group you. Let's put you in a folder. Guy 1. All right. Auto group. Split the groups real quick. Group split. Okay. And so now let's figure out what parts are what. That's our sword. So that's torso. Let's mask that. That's an arm. Let's mask that. Is that the other arm? Yeah, let's mask that. Okay, so we're going to take this, merge down, okay, merge down, okay. We now have torso. And our little legs are different groovers. Okay, so let's take you, go to Z Modeler. Did I flip you? What did I just do? Making a mess, that's what I'm going to do. Make them the same group, and I'm going to do this. Oh, symmetry's on. We're going to pull you off, make a separate plane, and then we are going to make that one poly group again. We'll take that, split hidden, and now we have our little plane. Make this a little bit thick. Nope. Bring our legs in here. Let's hide that. Bring you on. We won't change your proportions that much. Let's get you inside the body. All right. So now we're going to take you, merge down, okay, merge down. Okay. All right. So now we have legs and a torso. This is a sword, I believe. Merge down. Merge down. All right. So there's your sword. Hey, Stefan, how's it going? I'm doing very well, actually. Just doing critiques. So now, hold on, let's... We're going to... Let's move these arms a little more to the center. Give them a little bit of cant to the front. No, that's okay. We can work with you. All right, so there we go. We kind of have our first little groover here. Let's hide our legs real quick. So when you're saying you want it low poly, do you want it rectangle, but you were saying you want it to look a little bit more real, but still pretty geometric and cartoony? Let's duplicate this. Let's Dynamesh this. Now turn local on. Okay, let's go here. So tell me, I'm going to just do this real quick and give you a... Okay, so you know, you can still keep your basic block shapes, just knock the edges off. Give yourself a little bit of torso turn there, right? Where the arm becomes more the driving force there. Boop, 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 boop. Right, you just fill your little groover in as you choose. And if you ever want to make it more square, just come back to your flat surface, right, and use planar. And you can kind of define that to be a little more square if you want it, right? So that's just kind of, you know, what you're shooting for. SK trim, where are you? Trim dynamic, there we go. Now, the question here becomes how, you know, what's that game that everyone loves that I've never even opened? Minecraft, right? So you have hands here, obviously, that are holding your sword. So you may want to delineate that some. You know, I don't know what level of non-cube you want to make. Ooh, that's not shift. Right, so if you're still trying to keep that very geometric thing going, you know, you can just build it out as such. Now, if you're trying to make it a little bit more human, right? Well, you know, I think making this pose a wee bit more naturalistic, you can use turn on, rotate, hold down Alt. Uh-oh, what do we have there? Why are those not rotating from where I want it to? Right, so now you have a slightly more naturalistic pose. I punch that arm in just a little much. Clay fill. Planar flatten. And that keeps you on the same plane as the side, right? Back face masking is important when you're doing that. Clay, right. And just keep kind of stroking in with the plane you're on, right? And depending on how you're trying, like once again, I don't know what detail level you're kind of shooting for. Whether you give it fingers. Right. And then just kind of, work them in, and, you can add whatever anatomy you want, whatever kind of clothes detail you want. But I think really all you're shooting for is kind of knocking your edges off and then just still trying to retain that sort of square shape, right? Oh, I got confused. I made your arms backwards. All right, well, we're switching sides. I know that this is backwards. Oh, no, it's not. I just made a hand back. That's what I get for paying attention, right? And then same thing here. Excuse me. My Dynamash. Boop. Knock your corners off. Let's turn that around, actually. Because those weren't quite center. Am I wrong? I'm wrong. Never mind. Doesn't matter. Boop. Boop. Right. And you know, once again, a lot of it just comes down to where you want to take these things. Right. So, you know, once again, it completely depends on where you're going and how simple you want these, because now I have rounded the legs out as opposed to keeping them square, so you can put that facet back into it if you want. Right, where you're keeping them a little bit more to what you had there. Make sure that's coming out from under that. wearing helmets. Make him wear a moron. Okay, cool. So, you know, I mean, like I said, it completely depends on where you want to go with it at that point. But I think that if you just start knocking off your edges and just doing some simple posing, I think that'll help a lot. Right. So, you know, just find those simple forms that are going to tell the story that you're trying to tell. And, yeah. You know, because from here you could very simply do, turn symmetry on. And now you have little conquistadors. That's funny. Okay. Boop. Miniature conquistador. Right. So, you know, I think the real key is just to decide kind of what you want, right? And then just work your way to it. Because if you're keeping things simple, you know, you can do things that are very, very minimalistic that look good, right? Righto. All right, you want this as an STL? Merge down. Do you want everybody or just the guy? I'm just going to send you a link here. Take you, we're going to 3D Print Hub. Holy Hannah, that's huge. We're gonna make that. STL. Okay, and now we're going to go to here, add more, choose from computer. How do I keep saving these as? Oh, because I'm a ding dong and I gotta go inside the folder. Upload. Come to here. Refresh. Share. Create a link. Copy the link. You should be able to download it right there. All right. So let's see. These have been viewed. Bruno. Okay, this is the new one. We've seen Chris. We've done these. Alright, we're going to move those to view. Looked at today. Oop. Okay, so this must be. Hold on, wrong folder. No. Stop that. Yeah, much nicer. Just remember, you know, when you, I mean, obviously you're still blocking up here. You know, remember those are, it's actually falling off. It's not just a scoop there. You may have your ridge, but you don't want it to look like a scoop. It wants to be falling off that bone. And you want these to be, you don't want to draw that detail in, sculpt it in, right? So it's actually going over and under. If that makes any sense, instead of just cutting these big trenches back, you want them to be relative to the part, right? So let's knock this back some. Get that kind of coming in, get that meat kind of coming in, get your weight. make sure to put them in order so you know you get that kind of weight going in, and then have that actually crossing in front of it. And if you do them in order, you actually get nice seams as opposed to coming in and taking any one of those cutting brushes and doing this. So you want to try to avoid, you know, cutting your lines in. I find that sculpting them in works a lot better. So, you know, get your get your weights in, decide what comes first. So that's sitting on top of this, right? So we come in here and we sculpt that in. And then let's say there's a weight right here where this muscle is pinching back and under that muscle, right? Now, this isn't about the anatomy, okay? I'm just kind of trying to get you to that. Let's actually get some geometry on this thing, right? And then have that come on and sculpt it in, because you're not usually getting big divisions, and that way they're lying on top of one another, right? You're getting the right order of the muscles. Just make sure that you're actually thinking about how the muscles are going, right? Where instead of cutting lines in, it's nicer if you get edges on, right? As opposed to drawing a line, and then you can just tap it in and you get a much more naturalistic kind of muscle overlay. I know that, once again, I'm not talking about anatomy when I'm doing that, just process. Can you hear me? Sorry, that might have been my throat. Is that better? Can you hear me? Sorry, my throat was going. I mean, of course. Hold on, let me find the link. Just upload it to there and I'll happily look at it. So all I'm saying is, when you're building it up, make sure you're kind of wrapping your head around what's in front of the other, and you'll wind up with a much more logical anatomy, right? You know, if that muscle's coming out from under that, do that one first. You know, start with the ones in the back, kind of get them where you want them, and then come across with the one that's coming in front. Get that one in, come across with the one from front. Right? And then if you just hit smooth, you know, you're not getting that creasing, but you are getting that, you know, it's sort of allotting for the skin, I guess. Yeah, no, it's a good process. Just practice it. Just do it, get everything in line on one silhouette. If you have a good silhouette from the other direction, line it up, get your good silhouettes. Just hitting divide rounds all your edges off. It works really well. Righto, righto. Looking good. So normally we do crits on the last Monday of the month. I did my ZBrush master stream last week, so they didn't run me on Monday because I was doing it on Tuesday during the day. So that way I got some sleep. But work on this and bring it back to me in the few weeks, and let's look at it again. All right. Oh. Les Plutrax. Did I answer a question? Sorry, I get lost. Right on. Have a good one. Now, did you upload your model? I'm not seeing it. So we've looked at that. We looked at sword fighter. We did that? All right. So, Hamad, did you? Okay. Oh, right. Sorry, I get very confused. Did you upload it to the link? It is uploading. Okay. Water. Did we lose Mikey's? All right. Refresh. There it is. So if anybody else wants to upload models, the link is right there. Please upload a model so we can look at it. Did that not? There we go. Okay. All right. So first of all, let's get rid of paint. Are you going to, excuse me, are these going to be enameled in? Is that why they're flat? Are those going to be enameled lines? Okay. No, I was just making sure. I didn't see you there for a bit. Is the concept enameling like in here and here? Sorry, I'm already yawny. Okay, so then that's okay being flat. No, of course. Do you have the link? Upload it, please. All right, so the first question is, how is this going to hang? What are you going to do to create a bail for this? Okay, I need to figure out what my hold on, let's go here. Let's go here. 1,002, 1,003, 1,004, 1,006. Okay, so we have about a 12-second lag. I have to know that because I ask questions and then I'm like, all right. Ahmad, what are you going to do as far as a bail? How is this going to hang? No, you're good. Don't stress about it. You're fine. No, Mike, you're fine. Because under normal circumstances, I would say change your surfaces up, but how I'm kind of seeing this is you're going to have a pretty simple, high polished item. So I don't think that you're going to like worry about the detail because it seems like this is going to be really smooth polish. So there's that. You're going to connect small. I will connect 2 small chain for each wing. You mean it's going to be something like that? So that's your necklace. And then it's just going to be a chain link. Interesting. Okay. And that's just going to pinch over. That's going to be your bail. You're going to have 2 small chains. Well, because it's going to be high polish, I don't really see you getting too much into the details. I mean, the forms are fine. It's hollow. Interesting. Yeah, because I'm assuming this is all, what's this mean? Right, I mean, you're basically shooting for that. This is going to be dark lines. Is this what I'm saying, right? You're kind of fill object. Oh, I see what I'm doing. I'm an idiot. All right. Yeah, no, because it's going to be, a high polish, I don't think there's really too much to be said. I mean, because you're going to try to keep it simple. I think you may want to make these intersections just blend a little more, you know what I mean? In some format maybe. But, you're not going to punch detail anywhere because you don't need it. You're going to polish all this off, so. Yeah, no, honestly, I think you're pretty darn good. You may want to, all right, so I would, remember, this is going to be hitting on someone's chest. I would probably bring these legs around in the back. Hold on. This color drives me nuts. Where's my blue? Give me my blue. I would probably take these guys. And just make sure, hold on, that these guys actually are coming back. Woo. Stop it. Are coming in to the torso back here, just so these are not something that are going to rub, right? I would probably bring these down pretty far, honestly. Where you're still implying that it's there, but that it's behind the surface of the bezel, right? maybe right where you're coming over the front more than the back, because you got to think, you know, I'd print it out and put it on your torso and, like, you know, just think about, you know, you grab your purse or something and you a seat belt, right? You don't want any of that being, because those are small and those little ridges will kind of be bothersome. So I'd be careful about these back legs. I'd do something to bring them within the bezel, and then the other thing you can do is take your back wing and maybe do something like that with you. Well, if you were going to do that, then I'd probably do it with both of them. That'll also allow you to, whoa, not do that. Bring that in a little so that that chain isn't super far apart, you know, because the closer it is in hanging, you know, the cleaner you're going to be. But if you get a little bend on that in the back here, as you can see, what's going to happen is when it hits the body, it's going to touch between this point and this point, and you're not going to get those legs poking on you. Right, those get closer together. It gives that wing a little bit of dynamic behavior, and you're pulling a lot of this up in front of that bezel. You know what I mean? Where you're resting on this point here and this point here. Right, so you're not getting those pokies. Yeah, I think I would definitely, I think that'll be fine, especially since you're going to enamel that and polish it smooth to where it's one surface, so that's not going to be real painful. These little guys will hurt if they're pointing out and you're wearing a seatbelt, because what's the size? Boop. Yeah, 10.5 mil. A little over a centimeter. Yeah, I would definitely do that. But as far as surface detail and stuff, I mean, you're fine because all that's going to get polished smooth, obviously. No, it looks good. Have any questions about that? I mean, I think that how would I change this to my style of sculpting? Well, you know, I mean, hold on, let's, and where's our tail? Let's get you down here. You know, I'm a lot more about surface detail, so I would come in here and definitely you know, I would probably take these and bring these in. Where there's a change of layer. because I'm always trying to shoot for dimensionality, you know, where just changing that, just that bit where there is a step where this is actually going behind that. If you have a good enamelist, you could polish that as well, right? You know, where you still have your trench for your enamel, but they would have to be done in different passes because you'd have to polish this flush, right? And then polish this flush and polish this flush, as opposed to polishing it all one layer. You get that step. I mean, you can still do that with enamel, obviously. And, you know, I probably would have, you know, wasp have this little pattern here. So maybe change my enamel pattern, you know, to include this like little notchy bell shaped thing that happens on the back of wasps. At least the good mean wasps. I would probably make that a higher lip so that could be polished, where this would still have texture. I don't particularly like high polish smooth things. Everybody can high polish and smooth something, so, you know. You know, I would just break my body up and actually give it the... Because I'm always shooting for texture, so that's the big difference. You know, I don't like high polished smooth things personally, so I tend to like to have my little ridges and nidges and nickels and jingles and, you know. Right. I love the Japanese swallow killing hornet. It's like my favorite thing in the world. Hold on. Let me see if we can find... Well, no, I guess we don't have a good... Yeah, here we go. You want to see what I do with the wasp? I guess that's it. But you can see it. Like, I'm always shooting for texture. Texture is really my thing. So that's the difference between a wasp that I would make. I don't really do cartoony things very well. But I mean, this isn't an anatomically correct wasp. It's sort of like a surrealistic. I blow the patterns out a little bit more. So, yeah, and you can see we just started with basic blocks. Jumped up. That's pre-Z modeler. What year is this? Holy Hannah. That's 2007. Well, that's been a while. Right. So that's the difference, I guess. Yeah, no, I'm a big wasp fan. I like ants. I like wasps, bees. I don't know. They're just amazing. You know, just their like beetles, just how they fit together. Oh, they're just. I mean, think about a beetle, right? You know, a wasp, its wings are out, but beetles, all that folds up into it. Oh, they're just so cool. Oh yeah, no problem. Magics. Pain in the butt. Do I not have the wasp in here? It's a shame. Oh well. There you go. You can see a wasp. Boop. 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 And now we have another one in here, right? Yeah, that's you. Come on, you. There we go. Yeah, she's looking good. On your seams, often once I put a half round seam in there, I do like to come back in and just kind of run pinch over it. And you can see how it tightens up the seam just a touch. It doesn't remove that sort of seamy feel, but it brings things in a wee bit better. And it gives you sort of a, because you're pinching it, it's pulling it up. So you're not just getting this reflection that is going down and in. What you're getting is a reflection that's doing this and then going in. It's more like, I don't have enough joints. You know, sort of more like that. And what that does, instead of just getting this nice fade off, it gives you this nice highlight fade off. And it makes the seams a little bit more light reactive, or they work with the light. The capes are nice. I would say that, and you already told me it's a work in progress, so ignore anything that obviously, you know. I would like to see just a wee bit more form in here, so you're keeping it, you know, fabric-y. And when you get to these edges, these can be pretty thick, right? But when you get to the edges, get the edges thin, and you can sell the myth of you know, these being thin, because all they're going to see is that one reflective edge right there, right? So, you know, this can be super thick here, but as long as that edge is thin, you know, it looks thin. And you know, you can come in here with some cloth tools and just kind of get this to look a little bit more excuse me, a little bit more like that fabric. And once again, you're saying it's work in progress. You have this really nice, you know, silhouette going on here. You might want to think about, look at it from all your angles. Hold on, one. And this is where your silhouette can come in handy. Ooh, no, you. Right, look at it in silhouettes and just make sure where things are. Because I think in some ways, if you take this and just get this negative space maybe. Right where you're seeing a little bit more of the hand in that negative space. I think that opens that up just a little. That's not perfect, but I think you have an idea of what I'm talking about there. Make sure your curves are just nice. Right. Get back up in here and look at your silhouettes and see how they play. And don't be afraid. So you have this really nice kind of contrapposto thing going on, right? Don't lose it here, right? I think you could pinch the silhouette of this to be a little bit more dramatic and tie into that contrapposto a little bit more. I think I would also probably, where's her hair? I'm just going to merge this down for a second. I merged the wrong thing down. Merge that down. I think you can punch the contrapposto again. Just a little bit. Yeah, that's a little bit primitive, but I think you can see what I mean. If you get the chest a little prouder so it's coming up, because right now it looks like she's kind of moving towards camera, where I think, you kind of want her heading in this direction. So maybe cock the shoulder a little bit more dramatic. That way the head's there, your shoulders are there, right? So you're getting that, a little bit more drama out of that. Because I think, in a similar way, I'm just going to do this with move. Hold on, I'm going to... Okay, so her torso's here. That's legs and cape. This is all dingleberry stuff. So let's merge down. Merge down. Merge down. I guess her capes are there too. So let's just slap all this into merge down. Oh, what I just merged down to? I want you to merge down. And you. Okay. Now I'm just going to do this big move, right? You probably want to do this a little bit more conscientious than what I'm about to do. I think that if you get... did I merge her head in there? Crap. Her head was supposed to be separate. If you get this... we just drop that shoulder and raise that one. That shoulder move did no good with her breast. But I think you hopefully can see what I'm saying here, where if the shoulders are going this way and her head has a little bit of curve to it, it really pushes the torsos, the chest is heading up and out. And so if you're gesturing up, get that chest up, which means those shoulders should be clocked down just a little bit. Yeah. Mikey's, do you have a link to that? Hold on, let me see if... Remind me when I'm done after this, and I'll gladly... I have it here somewhere. So, yeah, get this curve. I think this curve could be more dramatic, right? Hip into the chest. Yeah. Oh, shacely, but that's not the drawing. Yeah, I think that'll help a little. You can see how just getting her head not on level helps. Because that gets that, once again, it gets... And so now how to translate yeah, somehow get this to be a slightly... Maybe it's just the thickness. Yeah, she's a little too much. She's just a little too flat to the front. Get a torque in her torso, and I think you'll be happier. Because if you have this coming this way, and then this actually rocking a little bit farther around, so you're getting a little bit more of the hip there. That's going to give you a nice curve here. Right, it just makes this intersection more dynamic as opposed to presenting straight up. You're getting that curve, so there's momentum in the part. think it's much either. No. Right, and then, oops, that wasn't very subtle. I think you get the idea. Just get a little bit more rock in there. But it looks great. I think you could sharpen your hair up a little bit more, but that's, once again, work in progress. I don't know. I doubt your hair is done. Let's come back. Uh-oh. That's not what we want to do. Sorry, I torqued your sculpture, but I know that doesn't work, but I think that's right. My opinion. But it's looking great. I would just also just make sure when you're looking around at it, I know I moved something, sorry. When you're looking around at it, just make sure that it looks good from all the angles, especially if you're going to print this. You know, you want to make sure that it reads well from all angles. Nope, looks great. And if you have an issue, reader, just email me and I'll send it to you as well. Because I don't know exactly what version of I need to update the Kajabi, so I need to just, if it's a crappy UI, tell me and I have to update it. There we go. All right. Looking good. Is there anyone else? So we've seen that. We've seen that. Refresh. Nope, nothing else. Of course. I'm right below you. Right now I'm in Chehalis. This is Chehalis Co-Works. because I don't get internet where I'm at, sadly. I miss Seattle. I like Seattle a great deal. It's one of my favorite cities. It's just pretty. I don't think people... Oh, it's horrible up here. It rains all the time. No one should come. It's like the greatest myth ever. Seattle's awesome. The weather's great. I mean, if overcast weirds you out, then it could be tiresome, but it doesn't bother me at all. I don't particularly care for the sun. Yeah, I lived on Pioneer Square until I moved down here. I'm house sitting for a friend. All right, kind and gentle folk, how we doing? Anybody else have anything that we want to look at? Is it really that early? An evening? Yeah. Wow, last time I had 2 full days of critiques. I think maybe we screwed people up. Hey, Raytheon, how's it going? We screwed people up by not doing it last week. Anyone have anything they want me to look at? Of course. And remember, the last Monday of every month is usually critiques. We got off schedule because of my ZBrush Master stream that I did last Tuesday. Normally this goes on very late, like until 2, 3 in the morning. And they just figured I probably should be fresh from my master stream. So I wasn't talking. Okay. Really? Is that it? There's no more? Wow. Is it going to be an early evening? It might be. Well, I'll give it a last call. If anybody wants anybody wants more critique or has anything they want to show us, please feel free to send it our way. If not, we will end not in 8 hours, but in a whole 3.5, maybe 4 hours. Yes, Mikey. Will you remind me this week that I need to update the Kajabi information? Make sure that that's the right UI and everything. Yeah, of course. Upload it. I'm more than willing. Without a doubt. Hello, hello. So Mad Duck, do you have the upload link? No, you don't have it here. Let me boop, 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 boop. Ooh, Raytheon beat me to it. If you can upload a ZTL, OBJ, or STL. The ZPRs, nothing personal. I don't like working in your environments. I'd prefer to work in mine. Some people have some very bizarre environments or user interfaces that, yeah. Thank you, my friend. So did they give you I'm not seeing your little crown. Did they give you the moderator stuff? Isn't like the little symbol a sword or something? Oh yeah, I do need a keyboard. While he's uploading, let's look at keyboards. They said they would. So, oh, Dropbox. Okay. That's all we get for mechanical keyboards. Very nice. Thank you, Say. The proportions are great. I like him. He's a lot of fun. I like the hands getting fatter. Drinking gourds. I think it's 0.003 or 0003. Let's look. Lazy mouse. 0.003. Lazy smooth 8. Roll distance 10. Auto group. Let me look at your torso. Hide part. I think maybe getting a wee bit. Sorry. I think maybe give him a little bit more of a belly. Just so this line, you know, you have this nice curve here. Maybe. That would make that return a little easier. Get your arm. Yeah, look at that silhouette a little bit. Hello. Because right now this is pretty straight and its shoulders are over. Right, because his posture's rolling a little. I don't know. Because you're kind of bringing his neck down into his chest, right? Because normally a turtle's plates there and its head's coming out over here. But you're changing its posture, so it makes sense why you're doing that. But I think that kicking that belly out a little and bringing that chest back in can allow you to give you a little bit of chest stuff going on there. Armor. That armhole's tying into this. touched my eyes. I know, right? It does. I hope these are good words. Good words. Yeah, the only thing I see is that silhouette, because you have this, this nice curve and these good returns, right? And then this is just straight. And the armor's kind of helping it, but we're saving. Here's his arms. Did I completely just lose his arms? What'd I do? Did I hide something? Oh, there we go. Redonkulous. Because it's kind of... What's that holding on? Would that be going over the shoulder, or is that, what's happening with that strap? What's that strap doing? I see how you are. No, it's dynamic. I'm like, why is that not moving? I think having the straps where they're actually supporting over is probably a little bit better, unless, of course, it's something in the vein of come on. You know, if this actually has something where it is you know, if it has a reason to be going up and over, but it's something that'll kind of look funny if there's not a reason, right? Because if that's just there, you know, you're not getting a connection up there. Nothing's holding that together. Or if they are straps that are just attaching, you know, have a reason. Yeah. But you just have to remember that if that's not on a place that has an, if it's not going to hold there, then you need to put a nail in it or something. You know what I mean? So, because it is something that our subconscious notices. It's like, what is that going to? How is that holding up? How is it not just flopping over? And, you know, here, you know, these straps are implying that that it's holding this on, right? And that's holding that on. But if you have this strap, you know, what is it doing? If it's not holding the shell on, but it's at a wide point, so it would just droop. So you want to make sure that, like, maybe there's a buckle there or something if it's holding stuff, or have it go up over the shoulder and, you know, be doing something. Because your subconscious will pick that up. You'll notice that it's not holding anything, and you're like, what is that? Yeah. I think I like it coming up over the shoulder too, because it gives you a nice framing of the head, where this is just going over the belly. You see what I mean? It starts to give you this as opposed to just something kind of here. think if you had straps like that, you'd want them to kind of come and hang lower. So it looks like it's hanging, not supporting. Right, as opposed to going over it like this. I think. No, it looks great. I got the yawns all of a sudden. Maybe get your neck in line with like that shape. Yeah, go back and look at your silhouettes and just make sure that you have good forms. I mean, these are close. Very cool, my friend. Looks good. Looking good. Of course. Yeah. Alrighty. Anybody else? You see what I mean, though? It looks like he just has a pot. Like, I set the roll for my turn lazy mouse off. Set your lazy mouse thing, but make sure you turn lazy mouse back off. Tell me if that. Of course. Tell me if that solves it. Is this turned on? You need to. Oh, it's not the same brush. Okie dokie. Raytheon will get back to me about that. I'm not exactly sure. I think I did. The last couple weeks were hectic, so. Do you have. Where is it? Stroke. Lazy mouse. Where is it? Oh, stop that. Give me my stroke back. Do you have like any of these turned on, snap to track or backtrack? Because the only reason it would disappear is if it's like tracking the surface odd. So go to your sphere. turn on clay tubes. And you're saying it's kind of fading into the surface? What can you have turned on? So what you're getting is something that kind of looks like this, and then it goes like that. Yeah, it's not riding on the surface. It's what is the function? So in stroke, if you turn on backtrack, are any of these changed? Is that on plane? Track curvature 35. I know you turn backtrack shouldn't be turned on, right? But you know how some of the settings, see how I have a plane on there? Do you have line, spline, or path turned on? And that's my clay tubes brush. Hit R, right, in your brush palette, and that'll reset the settings. Give that a shot and see if that helps. All right, is there anybody else that has models? Do you not have my brushes? It's one of those snaps or something. I'm not exactly sure what it is. It's something like you're snapping to, like in your stroke, you're snapping to a path. Right. Hold on, let me see. Now if we turn that off. See, you're getting something like this where it's not tracking the surface. It's a simple setting. I just can't remember which one it is. Do me a favor and I'll just send you my brush. It's one of these settings that's allowing it not to, it's tracking not through the surface, or it's not tracking on the surface, it's tracking through the surface. And so, yeah. Hey, Wancho. Very cool. Colombia is awesome. I like Colombia, actually. It's a very beautiful place. Someone just uploaded something. You just uploaded something. Did it upload? Oh, it's your brush. Well, I'm not screwing my brush up on yours brush. Are you crazy? Hold on. Here, let's do this. Users, public document. Oh, no. I need programs. Boop. Well, I can just put it, file request, so we'll just put it there. TW Clay Tubes, boop. I don't want to move it, I want to copy it. Will it really not let me copy? Hold on, let's do this. TW Clay Tubes. Share. Create a link. Copy link. There. Just download it. Oh, very cool. Wave property to standard brush, like wrinkles. So are you saying, I mean, like gravity? Is that what you're saying? So let's go to standard brush. If you go up here, well, in brush, it's actually right here in depth. Set gravity strength. And then on something like this, let's make it a little harder. Gravity strength higher. We'll pull it out a little. Get gravity strength up more. Hold on, let me get up here. Roll distance higher, lazy step, 0, 0, 0. There we go. Z intensity down now. Is that what you mean? Where it has that kind of roll to it or that depth to it? I do have an art station. My art station is TS Wittelsbach. So There we go. So Saeed, is that what you're talking about? Where it has gravity to it? Gravity. Right. Of course. Okay, kind and gentle folk. Does anybody else have anything they want me to look at? If not, I guess we will wrap this up early tonight. I know we have delay, so. I'm glad that I could be helpful. I find critiques to be super helpful, honestly. I think that it's a very solid way of learning. When someone else is moving your pieces, you can kind of see. Because if someone just tells you how to do something, I don't think that it's... I don't think it penetrates quite as well as if you can actually look at it and see it. Thank you. Alrighty. We'll give it a final 10 count or 12 count. Wasn't that my lag? 12. All right. Well, if you have another model, load it up. I have plenty of time. I usually go till late. It just load the models and let's look at them. I don't know why I got the yawns all of a sudden. No, that's no good. If anyone has any models they'd like me to look at it, please upload them to... No, not my art station. One sec. You already used the link. What do you mean, where's the link? There we go. Nice crap. Got all yawny. Anyone? I know we have a model coming. Oh. I feel like I'm falling apart. Go get home and get in the hot tub. That sounds very good. I'm all crunchy. wedding ring. Is that what we're dealing? Excuse me. Okay, we looked at that. I always work on very dense meshes, but I start with a quad model, and then I have my subdivision levels. So my sculpting technique very much starts with a very, very, very low mesh, and then I subdivide the quad up. So I usually work in the 1 to 5 million poly range as my starting geom. Excuse me. Hold on. One second. It's a lot of fun. Peacock head's really nice. Did you do this in Matrix or Rhino? I mean the setting part. That looks great. You may want to come in, use SK Twist, and just punch some of these. It's interesting. You may want to kick some of this separation up just a hair. Because when you go into casting, that's stuff that you can lose pretty quickly. Right. And these are all see, I would blend this all into one mesh, and I would definitely come in and make sure that these are at least, especially the top row here, but any of these intersections you can see, I would merge them in. Otherwise you just get those sharp little things, and I don't know. I like my intersections to be a little bit, I don't want to see that smoothness ever. Holy Hannah. Right. And you can get, your don't let the, right, have it be consistent. Don't have like a little smooth area there. Does that make sense? Do those all have undercuts? That's going to cause you a world of grief. You're going to want to, so that's going to be problematic. When you initially did these scales or the feathers, I would have, here, let's just, because I'm assuming these were flat and then you just placed them and scaled them a little. Is that what I'm getting from this? When I made my feather, damn it. So I'm guessing you created a part like this, tilted it like that, and then just positioned them. Right? You put it there and then drag this over and put it there and change the size a little and did it there and change the size a little. Is that kind of how you went about this? The problem what you did is you just tilted this model, right? So it has all these air spaces, and this is going to be a nightmare because you have a ton of air spaces up under those. What you need to do is when you make your scale. Hold on, you have to get rid of those undercuts at the beginning, right? So let's. In all reality, it could very well be better for you just to redo it. I mean, so you have that W. Right. Just when you create that, make sure that you're filling that undercut, right? Because at this point, is that all one part? It is all one part. At this point, you're going to have, this is going to be a little tricky. What you can do, flip your model. And see how these are all holes. Maybe. That's tough. Because see all that? That's all just floating. Hold on, let's. So if, let's give this a shot. We want back face masking on. Flip it. Turn on Sculptors Pro really big real quick. It's still just getting rid of it. It's a shame because it looks really good. Maybe move. Maybe that'll do it. Let's. All right, so we want. All right. Flip. Move elastic. So that might be an answer. So if you get it, you drag it in. Right, you're getting rid of those undercuts. And then just Dynamesh it. So before you meld these together, go back to this guy and maybe mask the fronts and pull them down. Or, I don't know how long it took you to do it, or build something that's going to break the surface so you don't have those undercuts, because you're never going to get away with that. Oh, if you had the scales separately, then it's easy. Just mask the fronts and pull it in. And here, hold on. Did you just upload that? I felt a chime. Okay, auto group. All right, so let's hide you, let's hide you, let's hide you. Okay, so now let us okay, so group split. All right, what is that? Oh, that's the ring around the head. Pain in the ass. Merge down. So now if we come here, let's hide this because I don't want to go through. Mask. Not going through. I did go through. Okay. Okay. Let's do Control W. Let's just make it a different poly tool. Up. Come on. Okay, so now we hit you. Okay, and now we come in. Oh. Okay, so now let's show part. I just want you. Oh, what a pain in the butt. Alright, we'll still do it this way, it's fine. I needed to split one more poly group, but I'll just do this cheesily. And let's get that. You can be more careful than I'm being. All right. So now we take that, mask that, take that. Control W. All right. Turn that off. Turn that off. W, get into the center here. Boom. Pull it in. Pull it in. Show part. Pull them in at the wrong angle. I think we're probably just better doing it by hand. So you've now got the interior masked, right? Exterior masked. Yeah, turn that off. Boop. Come back in and just get these little groovers that you missed. And then get move elastic, get a big brush, and just kind of pull them. Too big a brush. Just start pulling them in. Right. I think that's probably going to be the easiest way to go about it. Unless you want to, just make a brush and reposition it, but this way at least you can see the ones going down and sort of the angle that they're coming in at. Right, you don't want to get too melodramatic here on the sides. Rotated them around so they're kind of, coming in at 90. And then once you get them all kind of in where they're not, where you don't have the undercuts. Like I said, you probably want to be a little more careful than I'm being here, but then that way you go there, just re-dynamesh it, and it should be fine. But you can see you don't want those undercuts. It'll never cast. Does that make sense? And then just re-dynamesh it, and I think that's probably the way you're going to salvage yourself there. Right? Now, once again, you're going to be a little more careful than I am, and you're not going to get those lovely areas that I left unmasked. But I think something like that's your answer, because the piece looks great, and these look great. It'll just never cast with all those undercuts. I think that's probably your easiest way. Of course, just load it up there. You don't have to ask. No need to ask. Just upload your model. Yeah, I think that's your issue. Of course. So say he's going to upload a model. If anybody else wants to look at models, please upload them now, or forever hold your peace. Yeah, no, this is a lovely piece. It looks good. What kind of stones are you going to put in it? Get a bunch of really beautiful calibrated black opals. That would be very nice. Very nice. Did you upload the piece, Abe? Fine, sapphires will do. Color changing sapphires would be nice. Still think some really nice banging black opals would be sexy in there. There's a guy who sells calibrated lightning ridge opals that he color matches pretty well. Be hot. Hey, Jer. All right, so these have been viewed. Anybody else want to upload a model for us to look at? Anybody? I know the lag. So I have to ask the question, then I just kind of spout off for 10 to 12 seconds so we know. Vasa. We have a really deep well, so the water at the place tastes great. At the homestead. Okay. You just, this link right here, just upload your model and we will look at it. Oh my goodness. One sec, I'm gonna bend my back while you're all uploading models. Oh. I feel beat up. Sorry, for some reason I'm all yawny. Okay. While we're waiting for models to upload, we'll look at mechanical keyboards again. I'm a big fan of DOS keyboards. But, okay. Best wireless mechanical keyboards of 2020. Philosopher. I've been told this is a fantastic keyboard, this 619, but it's like $300. I'm like, it's pricey for a keyboard. There's like a really weird cult of these, like these things, these aluminum framed mechanical keyboards. See, that's not a full size one though. These little ones screw me up. I've never heard of a Drevo. See, the Logitech, you can get blue, brown, or red. Anyone? I know. 2 of you are waiting to upload. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, a Form 3's a lot cheaper than most printers. Vermillo? Alright, let's look at Vermillo. Vermillo mechanical keyboards. Are any of them wireless? They're pretty affordable. For my travel, I need to, no, they're not wireless. See, I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of DOS keyboard. But the problem with DOS keyboard is none of them are wireless. And for this machine, I want it to be wireless because I only have, hey, we got somebody. Looks nice. Honestly, the hair is on its way to being good. It's not abysmal. I like your surface texturing. Yeah, no, I assume that. It's funny, my question for you is, why do you work in such low res? Honestly, your surface flows are nice. The only thing I would say is, in most boxing shorts, the band isn't the same material as the short, so you may want to, like, your folds don't cross over the same way usually, so this is usually a stiffer fabric, so your fold separation you may want to change some. Well, it's obviously not finished. I mean, I would assume you merge the parts together. Your anatomy's good though. He's very active. I mean, for that stayed pose, he has a very good motion. Once again, I think I'd say your shorts might be too wrinkly, or because what you've done is you've lost some of the anatomy in the short, right? Because they're very active, and it's interesting. It's just this buttock is gone and this is cut into. So I would have, when you're doing something where you have this much activity in the fabric, I would tend to have the anatomy piece done, right, where you have a part that actually has the body in it. Because then what you can do is, well, here. Sculptures Pro is on, sorry. And I'm no comments on my anatomy, because I'm just trying to get the point across, obviously. And I know my anatomy's crap, but I just trying to get the point across here. Right, so you have your anatomy, and I know that, please don't give me grief about my anatomy. That way, when you do start to put your fabric in, you can then really tune the part to the fabric, right? Because these aren't just random wrinkles, right? You know, these are your high spots. Project. And the project brush is nice because you're like, okay, well, these are the spots that are the high spots, right? So you can just project to that, right? Because that's where it's going to be stretching from and to. And now you can take your cloth and be like, okay, well, I might have a roll over there, but you know, it's really filling in there to there and there to there, right? Because those high points are going to be and it's rolling over that hip, right? So that way you at least have your fabric referencing the body, and then when you pull that out, you see what I mean? You now have the body under those wrinkles, and you can always go back. Like, you don't ever lose these contact points. So you're not just, you know, it's not just blah, 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 blah. It's actually tied to the actual anatomy below, right? And you come in. And that way you're going over the surface. You can come in and fill in your big swaths, you know. Where's my brush? Come on. And then you can always use your projection brush to come back and really get those to be initiating on, you know, because as it's rolling over that hip, right? And what's nice is if you do that, once again, we get rid of it, you know, these are now, you're never losing that anatomy below, right? So you always have that consistent surface below. Does that make sense? Yeah, so it's always nice to keep your a clean torso. And obviously this is done in different parts, but still just keep all of those parts together clean. When you're adding your fabric to it, you know, it then has reference points. Because I think, you know, I get this, it's coming from the seam, but, you know, you don't want to lose your anatomy. Show part. Show part. There we go. And like I said, obviously not the correct anatomy, but you get the point. Like this bundling in here is really lovely. You have a very natural stroke. It's good. Like I said, your hair is actually not horrible. It could definitely be tuned up, but you have good rhythms. It's traveling in plaits. You have different sizing. That's good. Your silhouette's nice. you know, the subcutaneous stuff. I mean, that you're really carrying your anatomy well. This is good stuff. Looks good. You know, the rise in your pec. The back's nice. Yeah, you just lost your glutes. You lost your lower. You got all tied up in the fabric and lost your anatomy in the lower half. The gloves look good. No, you're killing it. It looks great. He has that kind of humped up posture. Yeah, killing it. Is there a reason you didn't put legs on it? It's just an odd clean cut. Yeah, I like your flexing in the knot. Yeah, it looks good. I'd love to see it with legs, honestly. Interesting. Your hands are really nice. No, your anatomy's tight. I like it. Looks great. Yeah, it came in 2020. Hey, my laser. You did make it in time. It's 1 to 2 minutes. Oh. I didn't run OBS as administrator. Shit. That sucks. Sorry about the lag, everybody. I keep forgetting. If you run OBS in as administrator, you get much less lag. Wow, it was 12 seconds not that long ago. No, it looks great. Yeah, I think you just, you got into the pant and you just lost your anatomy. And at some point, don't quit there. Do the legs, because it's a nice sculpt. It has good, I like your non-symmetrical, like you really got a lot of the flexing and stuff right. It's tight. It's good work. A little bit of both, but I retopologize only for when I lose my capacity to sculpt at the detail resolution that I want. I'll retopo, but I do things for manufacturing, so I don't retopo for film or games or anything like that. I'm retopologizing for manufacturing, right? So I'm trying to keep my surface details. Yeah, please, if you work on it, I'd love to see it again at some point, because you have a really nice understanding of anatomy, and it's a great looking piece. The expression's nice. Yeah, killer. That's where you upload to. Cool. Thanks for sharing. I like it. All right. Let's see what we have here. ZTL. All right. Now let's append, import. the peacock ring? Oh. Oh, is this a different peacock ring? All right, we'll open that too. We have downloaded these. All right. No, sorry. Oh, that's my fault. I wasn't paying any attention to my settings there. I like the other peacock head, super detailed. This guy's like much more comic. Uh-oh. What did I do? Hold on. Let us do this again. Import. It did not like this one. It's Ma Dirty Blue. So if you go to Pixologic, if you go into support resources, matte caps, under matte, Ma Dirty Blue is fourth from the bottom, Ma Dirty Blue 1. That's the material I use. I find that it's the most accurate material for what detail I'm going to get in printing, right? Because a lot of these are very dramatic. Wow. It did not like peacock ring. Okay. I'm not waiting. I'm not patient enough for stuff like that. Not patient enough for that. Come on. We will just try it again. I'm dying over here. Almost tastes like ants. All right, hold on. Let's get back in here. Come on. Peacock ring, head, import. Come on, stop it. have to make sure to go to a different model or it will import right over it. Now, yeah. Okay, we're going to deal with that. Sorry. And now we have head and leaf. All right, let's start with leaf. Control N gets rid of little head. Yeah, go ahead and send them. It's fine. Well, first of all, did you do this with an alpha and make alpha 3D? Here. I'll tell you, a series of books that actually are very helpful is, well, I think that Bridgman's Constructive Anatomy, and then the guy who does, I think it's just Anatomy for Sculptors. He did a Kickstart, but showing your base structure setup, I think both of those are pretty helpful because it allows you to view the anatomy sort of as like the mechanical functions of the anatomy in simplistic breakdowns. If you don't know if you don't know about anatomy, I think those are good ways of figuring out the block up. But the best way to learn is life sculpting or life drawing and life sculpting, because you have a limited time to accomplish things, and what it does is it trains you to look for the block up to figure out what the what that base structure, the forms and shapes of those base structures, and then you can learn to put stuff in. Is it this? Let's go to images. It's easy. Yeah. They do some really good breakouts, and it teaches you how to view the body constructionally or constructionalistly, right? And I just find that he breaks the forms up very cleanly. And it's a good way to think about the body. And he also does, a lot of them are in motion, right? So you're kind of seeing what the body is. He's kind of drawn over the actual people, so you can see how right, he's showing you this is actually the bone. And I just found that it's a pretty good way, because he takes photos and he breaks them out. So there's no chance of, a lot of people who do anatomy, the anatomy's weird, and they're like, oh, I meant to do it, because that's art. But this is sort of that Bridgman breakdown, and he's really showing you how the stuff constructs out. And there's the one that's really a knockoff of Bridgman. Hold on. Yeah, here. Right. Bridgman does a lot of this stuff right here, where you're seeing the planes. And I think that this is a really good way of viewing. Come on, give me my images. If you can think of them in plane breakdowns, right? What's happening. I think that this is a good way to think about anatomy. Like when I start doing my block up, I do a lot of things like this where I'm trying to define the layers, right? And my reflective edging. And I think that it helps you learn quickly about that. And you can see that, no, I don't want a video. Images. But you can see how that image is an obvious, where I think that the guy who did Anatomy for Sculptors was pretty inspired by Bridgman, because you can see it's a similar concept of these planes, right? Think about your plane. Think about how your muscles are crossing over. Think about the mechanism of that function. And I just think that if you can learn to identify the base forms in block shapes, your anatomy will become much better quickly. Because if you can abstract it and figure out what the actual, what the actual shapes are, right, how they break out, what happens when they move. And I think that Anatomy for Sculptors is based on this kind of thinking of anatomy, but the color and going over the actual bodies, I think, helps a lot, because a lot of Bridgman is actually a little short. He uses sort of that heroic, sort of that heroic, I can't think of the word that I'm thinking of. It's a little short and wide. And the sculpting for Anatomy for Sculptors gives you, like talking about how and where fat comes on. I mean, and he's a badass sculptor. It's just beautiful work. Yeah. Awesome stuff. Yeah. No. I think it's much more. It's Bridgman is too melodramatic for actual good muscle form and stuff. But I think that Bridgman really breaks down the planes and how to view the volumes really well. It's simple, simplistically, so it's not complex, and you can really start to, get those lumps of information. All right, so I would say this probably definitely came from an alpha, because it's very cubey and you don't have a lot of geometry here. So if you're going to try to do geometry from an alpha, you need a lot of that geometry. Come on. What are you doing? Oh, you're doing nothing. I see. So I guess it's an okay way of getting things in. I mean, if you're trying to do real accurate accuracy, sure. I would block this up in ZModeler. And then the next thing I would probably do, here, let's just ZRemesh this. Detect edges. Let's make this lower. I hate working on something that's not a quad model. I like my quad models, and I like a lot of subdivision levels, because it allows me to do all the benefits of having my, the stuff you do in low res. But when you're doing objects that you plan to come out with print, you have to have the physical resolution in the places you need it for it to work. Yeah, Gareth. Actually, taking 3D scans and trying to match it is a very good. If you're trying to learn, copying is a very important, I think. And when I say copying, I mean taking something that's a piece of reference and sculpting to it. Because if you don't have solid reference, what you have, you can just make up. And a lot of young sculptors are like, oh, well, that's my style. I meant it to look like that. And okay, if it is your style, that's fine. But when you're learning, you actually need to learn how to sculpt the things you see and understand the shape and form. Otherwise, you're just going to be, a crappy sculptor. You know, that's really what it comes down to. Find especially for leaves and things, if you put in everything that's there, it's just busy and noisy, and especially for jewelry or for things you're going to print. Yeah, Scott Eaton. Thank you. No, he's a very, very talented dude. I like his work quite a bit. But I think his education process is pretty smart. I'm doing okay. Oh, I wish I had morning coffee. There's nothing open here. It's very sad. And so, you're probably going to approach this like this, and you're going to draw your lines on and stuff. I'm going to tend to try to get some motion into it before I start putting my lines and forms in. Right? Find my low spots. And try to get the shape of the thing a little more compelling initially. But once again, I wouldn't start this way. So, take move. 0.5. Right, and I would just try to get the flow of the part in. Right. And then instead of coming in and cutting those lines in, I'm going to try to define my seams by sculpting that edge in, right? And what that does is it allows you to kind of work on the rhythm of the surface before you start cutting everything in. And then you have this sort of substructure that's already kind of going for you. And wow, my stomach is growling. You can see I'm not really drawing those lines in yet. I'm just trying to get the feel and flow of the part. And on leaves and stuff, you do eventually come in and draw those lines in. I tend to use slash at a low intensity and fairly big. And it gives you a little more than that, obviously. It gives you that sort of belly feel as opposed to just the straight. Oops. You don't want to. Right, you put your main veins in. Get it flowing where you want. Oops. But then you also have to remember that if I'm doing this stuff, I'm doing it for manufacturing. So it's stuff that I need to come out of print. And you can see that has a little bit more of a naturalistic feel. I haven't gone in and done any of the real tight detailing, but it has sort of the feel. It has some surface motion where this is just chaos. You know, I mean, it's just too much information, honestly, for what we're doing. And it's flat. So, you know, I tend to approach things a little bit more, or try to be a little bit more naturalistic in when I'm doing it. And then, like I said, you can come back in and, you know, if you really want these things in here, you know, and, you know, you can put it as much of it in there as you want. I tend to avoid that. Like I said, I like to put the texture in as just stroking texture as opposed to drawing all the lines in, because when you get to print or you get this coming out of the machine, all those lines create a lot of surface chatter, and that surface chatter just becomes too much noise, and you don't see it, or you don't see your surfaces very well because you have so much chatter on that surface. You're actually breaking up your planes. And so I tend to leave it to, you know, just like this stroking pattern instead of trying to go in there and put all those lines in. Because if you put, I mean, look, you have no continuity in surface. It's all just chatter, right? So I prefer to have, you know, this stuff. And obviously I'm being a little hectic and right. But as a 3D object that you're actually going to print, this reads better because you're actually getting your surface story. It's not just that chattery line. All right, now let's go to your head. You know, not bad. I think that it's a little deep. Right, once again, you don't want, let's get some geometry here so I can do this. You don't want to come in, you'll hear me say it a lot, drawing in detail. So, you know, drawing your detail in. You're using a cutting tool and you're drawing your detail in. Where if you think of these as planes, right, and you're pretty good. I think that's just a little bubbly here. But if you think of these things as planes, right, you get, but this is actually going under that, right? That's not caused by someone creasing this, is that this muscle flexes, right? And so you get a nice kind of surface there. But it's not cutting back and in necessarily. What it's doing is this muscle is coming up and off. This is coming here and there. And as it flexes, you get that bulge. But you don't want it to be, you know, cutting in. Think of them as intersecting planes. And you know, you've done a pretty good job here. I just think this is a little melodramatic. Hold on, let's go back. You see what I mean? Like, you know. Oh, you guys work in low geometry. It's funny. You know, if this is a bulge here, then that, right? Do you see what I'm saying? You don't want this to be a scoop that's doing this, right? Because that's not what the body does. So, and I think, you know, because most of your other intersections are pretty darn good, honestly. I just think that scoop's probably your big problem. You see what I mean? That doesn't happen. This dent right here doesn't happen. See, you got it pretty well here. Right, you're not taking a big half round and doing, come on, stop it. My damn keyboard. Right, it's not a scoop, it's a plane that intersects. So yeah, this is just a little too melodramatic for the rest of the face. But oh, it looks good. I just think you need to play with its intersections a touch. Yeah, no, they're fine. I mean, you know, they're a little baggy. It's hard to tell without the eyeballs as well. You might be, well, no, they're not too close together. Your silhouette's a little, your silhouette's a little funky in there somewhere. Yeah. It's damn close. This is just this is too much for this. This is because like there's not this much weight anywhere else on the face. It just changes that silhouette a little weird. It's a little bubbly. I'm getting sloppy. What the hell? Okay, there we go. And I think to remember about eyes, or the eye socket. Right. Your eyeball's sitting in there. And this fills in, right? And you just want to make sure that, God, I hate Dynameshed. All the triangles, nothing square. You get all these ugly edges. I can't even do it. It makes me nuts. Yeah, you know, it looks great. I think that, you know, you play with the little eye bags just a little, because right now they're just a touch contrived. And then, you know, knock this down, get this to be actually a shape as opposed to a cut in. I think that's a little better. It was very melodramatic. This is very big. I don't know. Something going on there. Yeah, but definitely getting there. Looking good. What brushes? You know, your planar brushes, your planar flatten line. I think those are super important brushes. I use clay tubes, so I'm always doing square edges that I can come back and clean up. I think that. Oh yeah, sorry. W. Nope. Oh, that's what I'm doing. Divide. Another thing, once again, a lot of people use low polygons, right? Because it allows them to clean things up or whatever. Trim front is really useful because, you know, you can pick your angle and go at it. But like if you're trying to do something that's sort of sculptural and hard surface, these clay tubes, because it allows me to define my edges very clearly without having to draw edges on. And then the next brush that's super useful is SK Trim Polish, because what it'll do is it won't roll over your edges. It allows those edges to stay pretty darn sharp without rolling over them. And a lot of tools, when you get onto an edge, it doesn't like sharpen the edge. Like it can roll over that edge and give you a weird funky edge. And see, so we get here, well, the beauty of having my resolution, I just lower my resolution, smooth over it a little bit, relax the strokey stuff, right? Come back up to my higher res. And then SK Trim Polish, turn that down a little. And it allows me to come back in and sharpen those edges very nicely. And then when you come back in at the other angle, you'll see that it kind of, like it doesn't aggress that edge. It sort of, yeah, it's just not rolling over it. It allows you to kind of come in and just really refine your surface without getting that weird, wonky rollover that you get from a lot of brushes. Like a lot of your polished brushes and stuff won't retain those kind of edges, right? And it allows you to have really nice, clean, sharp edges and retain them. And then, like, if you're getting this weird surface stuff, you just lower your reses, stay away from the edge, right? Smooth. And that allows you to relax back to a non-bumpy surface, right? You just come back up, smooth. And I always use smooth stronger. Bring it back up. Bring it back up. And you can see that you can get, I just used a brush, right? And you can get nice clean surfaces. Well, sure, you can use, of course you can use a layer brush, you know, I mean, where's my layer brush? Interesting. My brushes have gotten wonky again. You know, layer brushes do very good for, you know, just being able to step up and, whoa, you know, give yourself, you know, nice little etches. So, yeah, of course you can hard surface with layer brush. All right, back to peacock ring. Sorry, I don't know what happened to the bottle. Yeah, you just, once again, it's the undercut issue with how you did the little feathers. They look great. I just wish you had filled in that back so you didn't have that undercut issue. Yeah, once again, I would try to figure out how to get these to sort of interface a little bit. Right, so you're not just getting a stopping line here. Right, where maybe you bring a little bit of the texture up and into this just a hair. Right, and that way you can dictate a little bit where the eye goes with some texture. I don't, once again, I'd far rather have texture than smooth polished things, so that's, but the piece is nice. You may want, I know I'm moving some of that stuff, but you may want the nose to point a little bit in, just so you're getting this as a return as opposed to this being out and up. Right? I might just bring that in so you reach, whoa, that might be a little too much. Bring that in so you're kind of getting a return. Because the eye follows where you point. So make sure you're pointing at things that you want the eye to follow. It's called, oh no, what's it called? Give me a second. Sword Soft Mouse Track. And it just allows me to draw on top of things. I like it. It's good. It helps a lot when you're teaching. All right. Let's see. There was someone else who was uploading, right? Main body. Did that? Oh, it's loading. Oh, nice. Okay. And then we have, oh, not this. Okay. Once again, I really think that just getting this you know, just getting it back inside and returning up. I think that's going to help you a great deal. But all in all, looks good. Remember your undercuts. All right. What do we have here? Let us turn our paint off first thing. Looks good. For gaming, your scenes are cool, like for rendering and stuff. If you were going to print this, I would make my scenes a little bit more melodramatic so they show up a little bit better. But I like how you're rolling your scene. You know, the scene comes in up and down, and that's what actually happens, so that's nice. Your fabric stuck's good. I like your little knurlies. Once again, for manufacturing, you'd have to kick that up some. But if it's for rendering or gaming, I'm sure it's fine. Now, you know, once again, this is more my like the airspace and stuff. For what I do, that's a nightmare. That's a no-no. And that's where you can get the projection brush to work with you pretty well. You know, just so you are actually on those surfaces. But I understand that that's not necessarily what this is for, so I get it. But it looks good. Your wrinkles are nice. I mean, like your fabric work is not. Your fabric work is nice. Yeah, no, it looks great. I'd like to see it posed with some expression. Did you build the clothes in ZBrush or did you use Marvelous? Yeah, no, your technology blending stuff looks good. You guys find huge ski booty things hysterical. But like this stuff, like your tension around this looks great. It's a hella set of boots. Yeah, you definitely don't want to get ridden by that thing. You put a hole in you. All right, let's look at some color. No, it's really nice. You may want, like your fabric work is so nice. You know, like you get some very good subtlety stuff here. Make sure that there is, you know, these are buckles. Make sure that you're getting some of that pinching from the buckles. because you have it everywhere. I mean, even the subtlety on the buttons here. I'd like to just see this, the buckle interact with that fabric just a little bit more. No, that's the one I wanted off. All right. That looks great. I don't see anything that's really troublesome. Like I said, the only thing I can see that's not right, like the interaction here isn't really, like you've got all this stuff so nice. Just seeing something on these buckles would be nice. Your button move. What the hell? That's not the brush I was looking for. That looks great. Is there an edge on this belt? Yeah, there is. Yeah, I don't know anything about maps and stuff. This curve's a little funny. That's what we're looking for. There it is. I think it looks like you've forced the screen to conform to the helmet, you know, and I just think the shape of this groover is a little strange. Like this, like that shape's a little clunky. Do you see what I mean? It just seems a little wide in here. Normally your screens are going to be very smooth, clean surfaces. I think that maybe either the front of the helmet's too flat, so it's making an odd form. I don't know if that makes any sense. know, these, just make that curve a wee bit sexier. And however it's interfacing with the helmet here at the bottom. Right, make sure that that intersection is clean. Like there should be a notch where it hits, because when you have a helmet, you don't want air coming into it, so you want that intersection to be nice and clean. And I just don't see, like this, you know, this is nice, right? There's nothing wrong with the face. I just don't think this is really and I know this is inside the helmet, obviously, but you know, at least here it looks as if it's interacting with the helmet. And I think that you're getting it because your form, I don't know. Play with that intersection and how the helmet is, or how the screen is interacting. Like you have these nice, you know, this nice transition here, but this point is what's changing. I think that's your culprit right there, because that's not allowing the visor to kind of roll naturally. If that makes any sense, that's what was giving you that square sort of front there. Yeah, I just think you probably want that to just fit in a little tighter. Right, so it's not, and see, by knocking that point off, it allows you to get that curve back into it. I don't know, does that make any sense? Yeah, I mean, I think even, honestly, hold on, where's helmet? I think, let's turn you off and you go back here. It might just be the shape of this opening as well. See this line? Hold on. Where's my little groover here? This line. See how there's that high point there? You know, that could just be taking this and bringing, it's all in parts, but you know, where you're bringing this down just a touch, where you're opening that face opening just a little. And then your face plate isn't. Because that now allows that to come down. Let's pull that out. I think that might be a slightly better line. I just think that's odd. Because if we look, wow, they make some ugly friggin' motorcycle helmets. But see how your intersection is? Because these are a molded plastic, you know, it's going to be a nice curve. That curve's not going to be wonky. Look at that thing. That's madness. I like it. I can't imagine that's very good to ride in, but but do you see what I mean? There's going to be no, because that's all going to be a molded piece of, you know, shockproof plastic of some sort. So you're not going to have weird corners. You're going to have nice slip, you know. Where did that just go? I love it when I push buttons and things just disappear. Right, you know, even in things that are fit, you can just see how that's a perfect surface. So I would start with that, you know, start with your screen or your whatever the hell you want to call it, your shockproof visor. You know, pick what shape you want that visor to be, and then build that intersection around that. So this is a good clean surface and it doesn't look wonky. Unless if you, of course, if you're going with the 1974 Bell Bubble. Wow, $400 for that old rascal. Look at that thing. I love that crap. Sorry, that's just awesome. Ooh, they have it in maroon. Oh, they're just so silly. Other than that, I mean, it looks great. I mean, it still looks great. I just think that you want that to be a really smooth form and then try to figure out how it goes in. Don't knock those edges off. Don't, you know, you can get the same surface detail, like you could turn that into a scoop or something, but just make sure that it's not going over points, right? That's this nice clean surface, I think, is real important. I know that I've bent it and mangled it and made it pointy and stuff, but I think you know what I'm talking about. Know what I mean? Yeah, no, I think that's good. And then, you know, just a little bit more interaction with the stuff on the arms. Okie dokie, how we doing? Anybody else upload anything? Oh. No, we viewed that. We viewed that. We viewed that. Let's look at you. No, I didn't. It should be loading now. Oh. Yeah, you see what I mean? It's this, there's that weird bend in it right there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, it looks great. It was a lot of fun. Very cool. It's a lot of fun. See, I'm trying to open panels and stuff. I'm like, what's in there? Has a good phase. This is a little arbitrary. Right, you can see how all these panels interact with one another. I think this edge right here is a little funky. Like, I might want to see like a little lip there, so you can see that something's going on there. But this, once again, is just kind of coming down here and going off on this angle. And then this, you know, have it interact with this somehow. And like this just sticking out. A lot of the other intersections are good. I'm just not buying this intersection. Or, you know. Yeah, work on that right there. This right here, this intersection. Not buying it. Everything else keys together really, really well. That just Something's up. Something's fishy. You know, like you try to pull it under this, but it's sitting on top of that. You know, even if you are bringing this in and like notching it out or something where, you know, there's some reason for this intersection. And it just seems like, you know, all this other stuff is keying in really nicely. And then, you know, this edge is kind of coming under soft. Right, but then this is a sharp edge for some reason. You know, maybe, you know, think about that. Yeah, I figured. I assumed there was a bubble. Yeah, I think that really that's, you know, looking around it, that's really the only, I don't buy how that's keying together. You know, everything else is just so nice and tight. And, you know, this has a great profile, right? You know, this looks good. But does that mean you're, yeah, just because I like this from this angle. But I think maybe, you know, these two surfaces are just a little strange. Come on. Yeah, I don't know the answer, but something's going on there. Yeah, there's just something going on there that I don't have it. But get that to work better together. Because it looks good. I have no answers. This packet, no, these lines look fine. That's what I'm saying. Everything else pieces together really well. That's just that's a weird intersection for me. Yeah, no. It looks great. You know, I just think there's something, that little intersection there I'd work on. Because, I mean, everything else is really tight. It's just that intersection. Well, like I said, you know, just you can always get, you know, you can always get your plain model, right? Duplicate. ZBrush. You can do it. Oh, holy Hannah. It went from midnight to 2:20 really fast. There's no parallax in the 22. If you can afford the 22, buy the 22. The 16 is just, it's small, especially in ZBrush where you're not able to pull your menus out like on a second monitor. I just found, I mean, when I travel, I can work on the 16. But I mean, the 22 is my traveling. This is my portable machine. You can't beat it as far as you want. If you can afford it, buy the 22. End of story. Yeah, no, it's exciting. It's looking great. Here, let's hide everybody again. You know, so once again, you can here, let's just divide that so we don't have the there you go. But this is where Sculptris Pro really comes in handy, right? So you can have a much smaller geometry base for you, and then you can come back in and with Sculptris Pro. No, that's not Sculptris Pro. Come on, you. You know, you can really retain. One of these days, you're going to be able to retain that. Delete lower. Right. Turn damn Sculptris Pro on. And I know that be a little more careful that I'm being there, but if you look at that, right, and then obviously you can be more careful than I'm being with your lines. Interesting. There it is. Okay. Control 1, you can do it. There it is. Multiple subdivision. All right. Turn on Sculptris Pro. One of these days this is going to work, I promise. I know my angle's off. I'm just... Right, you know, you can get really nice clean edges and still retain, instead of this being 10 million polys, it's 162,000 polys. So, you know, you can get to that point where you have a nice clean mesh and it's not, you know, 33 million polys or 10 million polys, especially if all you're trying to do is get the line stuff. That's super easy. I've never used Hue on tablet. I've owned a Wacom forever. I've never had a problem with my Wacom. My U20 or UE20 or whatever, the first one they ever made, it burned out, and they were like, "Oh, it's a chip on the board." And I mean, I had that thing for 6 years at that point or something like that. And they were like, "Oh, it's just a chip on the board." And I sent the whole thing in, and they replaced the little thing that burned out. It cost me like $50, and then they sent it back. And like I said, no warranty, nothing like that. I don't know. I find them to be a great company. I like the ethos of the company. I'm a big fan of the company. So I've never bought anything other than a Wacom. So I have absolutely no clue. I know that I've had students buy them and they were fine with them. It's all about levels of sensitivity, how many pressure levels you can get, you know. Yeah, I don't know. Huon's never sent me one, so I have no clue. All right. No, this looks great. You're killing it. Yeah, it's a nightmare. You know, maybe you can find someone in the States to buy it and then ship it to you, see what that compares to, you know, just say it's a gift. That might be an answer. Yeah, I don't know what you mean by parallax. There's no parallax in that. Okay, kind and gentle folk. It is now 2:30, 2:28, whatever. I think we'll call it there. If anybody has any other models that they want to show, feel free to upload them and we will look at them on another day. Oh, I hurt. Oh no, type away. Who cares? It's all good. No, you did. Looks great. Okay. I think we're going to call it. Thank everyone at ZBrush for allowing me to stream, and thank you guys for hanging out. And watch the ZBrush Master Series. There's some really wonderfully talented people. Watch more live streaming. There are a lot of really talented people. We get new people in the forum new people on the live stream all the time. It's awesome. Yeah. I'm going to go get into the hot tub and then go to bed. Yeah, I feel like I've been beat up. I don't know what's been going on. All right. Let's set that over there. No, I guess I need that, don't I? Okay. I will see you guys next Monday. And yeah. I'm glad you found it interesting. It's a little different. I try to keep it, try to keep it interesting, but like at these points I can't talk very well at this point. My brain's like so sometimes I get sloppy. Okie dokie. I will see you next Monday. Remember, normally critiques are the last Monday of every month. Feel free to upload at any point. Yeah. I look forward to having you there. All right. Have a great one.